Once again, we do apologize. A couple of problems being had out here on multiple fronts. It does happen. It is what it is. We are still out here into this game. So, with that being said, round number 14, what just happened right now was Game Hunters managed to win out onto their pistol round win, and now they're going in again. Adalia Amigos on a force buy are stacking up the A-bomb side, and they are completely correct in their guess. How is it going to actually pan out? It's gonna be the shutdown. The flashes are what makes it work. Slash still manages to get out with 2 as it's a complete shutdown out here onto the CT side. They lose out on the force buy, and Fastin, yeah, he's away from that. Good luck, have fun. Like there's a lot else to do. Just try to come back. Try as you might. Easier said than done. Okay. We are. Couple of pistols out here going mid for Adalia Amigos, of course. The expected outcome. Flash coming over, but it appears that the 5-7 will come out triumphant. And there they go. Slash still trades, but a 2-4-2, they'll take it. Into the A-bomb site. Damage still being dealt. The 5-7 can still deal some more, though. Never say never. Always can be scary. Damage now, knocks on another, and that's the shutdown. That's double digits, and that is what Game Hunters we're hunting for. You got it. Continuous pushes from Game Hunters. 3 rounds back to back out here on T side. Exactly what they had needed. They push. There they go. Now for frags found indeed. Showtime on the full buy. Gets taken down. And in from heaven, they've all got to come across. Don't know how easy it is going to be actually for them, but they're going to be trying all right. Save. On ahead, it's a flawless round here for the T side, and they're really counting their blessings right now. On their enemy's map pick, they managed to take it in overtime. Here on their own, they've got 2 more left going. And it doesn't seem to be that big of a stretch to try to end it off on a 2-0. The quote-unquote underdogs, by the way. 11-5 up right now. Mayu 14-7. PRT the same. It's Slash on 16-11. Slash had such a good performance this map. He was the one question mark coming out of Noisy Academy. And now look at him go. Oh, the boy has grown indeed. And here he comes again. Another kill for Slash. Another one for the books. They want to hit up double. They want to hit a map point. They're gonna get it all right. ABR on another, and it's just a complete shutdown. Coming through time and time again. Still looking for them. Delboni disrespects the smoke, and with no flashes, no nothing. Cassin Shirley just forced to save. Not enough cash for DWP into the next round, anyways. It's a tough position to be in, but one you've got to learn to work with. One they'll have to live with as well. Because there it is. That's it. Okay. There you go. Flash even takes Cassin down. No more AWP here for the CT side. It's down to one last round. Will they be ending it off? Find out. Well played rounds, time and time again from them. They're not looking to try to end it off now. PRT on these peaks. It's Cassin to try to hold him. No way does he just dry peek this, right? Does he just Santaris peeks it? Oh, lineup for Cassin! There it is. Finally, some damage dealt. Adalia amigos, but is it going to be enough? Mayu forced back. ABR. With a lot of space in the middle while all of this was happening. trying to peek one out here. Oh, gets another. No way! Almost had the second through the wall. Gets hit down to 15. It's Slash on the bomb against a 15 HP player. Just gotta wait out the smoke. And oh, he throws the nade. Surprise attack failed. But Adalia Amigo's kind of far away right now. They're pushing him through water, trying to get up to him. Oh, and there it is. That's gonna be the first. Looking in for more. Spotted out. Bomb did go down. 1v2 remaining. ABR could close it all here and now. Alright, he's searching. He knows about one. Doesn't know about the second. Molotov misses. Right in front of it. It is going to be ABR. Looking for headshots. Looking for taps. He's just trying to play that time. He's finding a 1v1. Nade goes through. And ABR closes to get Game Hunters above the line. That is 13. And that's the way they end it. Well played. Out there. Out now. For the Game Hunters, 2-0, 16-12, and then a 13-5er. Out here, what a map. And what a time to be looking alive. Very well played. Out of Game Hunters, lots of individual brilliant performances out there for them. But that's how they end it. And it's Adalia Amigos falling by the wayside. Very surprisingly, no one thought it would have happened here. But it did, and they managed to make it work. Game Hunters go up to the 1-0, as it is going to be Aya moving down to the 0 and 1 brackets. Guys, I know there's been some problems, but I hope you have enjoyed nonetheless. Thank you so much for tuning on in. It's been a wild day, but there's still more to come. 2 more best of 3s after this, and we can actually take a look on that to see which ones those are. As it is going to be a little bit of fun. We're going to see Atrix actually play this time around. Hopefully no forfeits. Crew as well up against them, and then it's Dusty Roots versus Yawara. So we've got a nice mix of Brazilian and Argentinian Counter-Strike. With that being said, 2-0s out here for the day. Still considerably a fast day, even with all the problems. We've gotten a big up in production. You got to give those props on over to our boys over here, as they're working tirelessly for you guys and for us as well. But with that being said, again, hope you guys have enjoyed, and we're going to be jumping into a 40-ish minute break before we head into the next best of 3. So stay tuned for that. Thank you for joining, and I'll see you later down the line here at the CCT. Bye-bye.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome back. Once again, we're getting more than ready to jump into the battlefield in just a couple minutes to see what happens and who can actually become the champion of champions. Because today we got two amazing teams actually giving everything they've got, and of course they do want to have a chance to becoming a champion. Well, in this case, it's gonna be none other than Crew against Atrix, and honestly, I think we are going into a big surprise at this point, because we are gonna have a hell of a match. But of course, also right here on the mic, I am not alone. Thank you very much for Roy for being right here with me. I hope that you have a wonderful day today.
I'm having a good one for sure, and glad to be back another day, another chance to catch some good CS action over here. Of course, only earlier stages of this Swiss groups as per usual. This next online series gonna be, well, you already know how it goes. I don't know if we can show the format or such if things if they have not been mentioned before. If not, when maybe we can just give them a quick reminder of how things has been going, because like I mentioned, still the earlier stages. I mean, not many teams have got a chance to play, and actually this is gonna be only the third encounter that we've had so far here for the South American region. So it is going to be Crew versus Atrix. And interestingly enough, this is going to be a regional clash, because it is an all-Argentinian squad versus an all-Brazilian squad, which, of course, perhaps a bit of that regional pride are going to come into play over here. But we'll tell you a bit more about it, of course. I mean, we have plenty to get to know one another. This is Atrix's roster. This is the all-Brazilian squad. I mean, these guys, Bocor, Region, Zenon, Little C, and Sofia, I mean, they're all gonna try to bring it to the table today. And of course, it is gonna be for sure a spectacle to watch. I mean, I've got for sure, I mean, we're checking some stats. We've seen the young gun, Sofia, actually pretty good chance to find some of those openers for the squad. So definitely going to be look for them in those earlier rounds, in those earlier portions of every single interaction, perhaps. Of course, these are absolutely no strangers to the Champion of Champions Tour, and we are expecting great things out of this Brazilian roster.
Of course, but we not only have the Brazilian roster, my friend, of course we're gonna have to jump and see what is going on with the Argentinian team, because in this case we got Reversive, Ataraxia, Deco, Richie, and of course, checking. I'm sorry, I actually have a little problem actually pronouncing that, but I hope I'm doing it fine. In this case, Mr. Checking. I really do hope that these guys will give us the show we are expecting, because look at those faces. They definitely look very, very, well, they believe in themselves. I can tell you that. Let's just hope that these guys can give us the show we are expecting, and let's see how they can actually manage it against an all-female roster as well. Now, of course, I just want to, as always, put the spotlight on one of the players. In this case, I want to say it's gonna be Reversive. Now, this guy may not really have the best rating on his team, but I do hope that this guy is actually a really good entry fragger, and that he always at least gets one or deals a lot of damage, so that he can actually just get the setup for his team. That is all that matters. I just want to see that happen. It's not just about the kills, it's not just about how many headshots you can get, it's also about what you actually provide for the team, and sometimes just the setup, or even taking the attention away from it, is more than enough to allow an entry for your team and allow for the plant, which will eventually just give you the round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about just starting little by little, and that could be definitely a good way to start things well for the squad. But talking about how things are going to be starting over, I don't know if you have them at the ready, but I want to see some vetoes, man, because, I mean, this is going to be one hell of a battle over here. We are just getting ready. Anubis is not going to be a part of it. And actually, a little bit of spoiler alert, but we're going to see some maps that we're very, very used to seeing at this point. Though the first pick gonna be coming in the form of Ancient. That is going to be Atrix's pick. They have, of course, they're going to have a crew starting on CT over there, but I mean, afterwards, Dust 2 is going to be the answer there for crew. And that is also kind of interesting to see. Ancient, of course, a map that we are very, very used to seeing here in the South American region, some in NA as well. I mean, fairly close quarters. You know how it goes. It gets scrappy. It gets dirty. And I am hoping that these teams are able to duke it out over there. And of course, Dust 2 are going to be our second answer. Nuke not going to be a part of the rotation this time around. Neither is going to be Train. We've seen very little Train throughout this last couple of a series here in the Champion to Champions Tour. So Mirage it is if we need a design.
Alright, Mirage for a final match. I do like that map a really, really lot.
Same here, brother.
It's one of my favorites, of course, and it's one of the maps that has been with us for a very long time as well. It's definitely older than Ancient, I can tell you that. And of course, well, one of my favorites, pretty decided, so it would be a very interesting decider. But of course, that would only be in the case that we do jump into that one in the last, in case that we don't have a 2-0, probably in the hands of Atrix or in the hands of crew, who knows. So, ladies and gents, we're getting more than ready, just a couple minutes more in Ancient. I mean, there's so much that you can tell about that map. It's been with us for a very, very short time, honestly. It's kind of recent in a certain way, and it has certain similarities as well with, for example, something like a Novice, a very small action-packed map, and also a map in which mid control is always actually fought for. So it's gonna be a very interesting thing to see, because those little spots in which you actually have to catch the enemy with just the little headshot that you can actually give against them, I mean, it's gonna be incredibly important and such a display of skill to see if these guys definitely have what it takes. So I'm really, really happy to see Ancient as a first map. This is gonna be more than perfect to actually start seeing a little bit of the level, the skill level that these two teams can actually provide for us.
Oh, absolutely. I agree that it is going to be one hell of a battle, but it seems like we're just waiting for the teams to be ready. So we are going to cut it to a super small break, and we'll be back as soon as we... Okay, never mind. It's like production is telling us that we are just about to jump in. So it is a good thing to know, you know, that we are just about to get started. So like we mentioned before, I mean, Ancient, I think, is exactly what we need to start off this match. And like I mentioned, original clash, so there is going to be some pride in that too. And right off the rip, Atrix are gonna be trying here to dictate the pace of how this one goes. Like we've mentioned, both of these squads, they have plenty of experience, not only playing with one another, because, I mean, for Atrix, most of them has been sticking it out for quite a while. The newest member, I believe, is Region, who I'm really looking forward to see what she can bring to the rest of the squad as they operate as a unit, of course. Whereas crew, of course, we know how teams change every now and again. I've seen many iterations of different Argentinian rosters try to change through, at the very least, in the chance that we've had an opportunity to commentate here in the CCT. And I mean, these guys are absolutely killers too. Let's see how they do. Seems like Reggie's got to start things off right, and the flank comes right in. That is a very, very tough start right there. But a crew seem to be cruising over here, at the very least, for the Sora.
Well, look at that beautiful triple kill coming in by lasers. That is just gonna be really costly for Atrix, honestly, as they go down on the first round. We all know what that means. And look at him, he actually gets an M4 for himself, so that's gonna be huge. Already starting off strong. He's already got Kevlar, helmet, M4, and a little bit of utility. So, ladies and gents, look at this. Things are just about to get hot pretty quickly. Also, Riggy, I mean, I did put the spotlight on another player, but Riggy is a really good player by himself as well. So we definitely hope to see him pop off at any minute now, and we can probably start seeing those triple kills, doubles, and of course the 4Ks, maybe an ace if we are lucky. Now, second round of the game, 1 minute and 30 seconds starting off, and of course the girls don't really have any firepower at all to actually help them out on this round. Now we see Deco going just around the corner, so he can actually claim one if he is lucky enough, as he is with his team. But he wants to take point with the MP9. He is one of the cheapest go down right here, so he actually plays aggressively, goes in. We got the kills coming in already. Deco and Reversive all take one for themselves, and of course Reversive takes the second one, as Reggiani is not quite able to do much with the Glock, and the third one in the last moment. There we go. Finishing the round. We all know that was gonna happen. It's the second round after pistol. It's usually how it goes, Roy. I mean, you got superior firepower. The enemy doesn't really have anything, not even Kevlar, so probably just a couple MP9s was more than enough to deal with that problem.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Good call. Good call. Overall, they're probably by crew not overcomplicating things. I mean, react immediately to the utility from the enemy. I mean, Atrix, they cannot really get it too spicy with any sort of attempt, as they don't even manage to rack up the money from the bomb plant in the first round. So it was to be expected, like you mentioned. But here is a fighting chance now with a little bit more rapid fire coming in. Let's see if they can mitigate some of that progress that is going to be attempted from here on out.
Alright, well, now with AK-47s, so that's a couple of them. 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 3 of them. I hope they will definitely work out. I mean, just one good shot, well blazed, that's all it takes. Take one of the M4s, and the MP9s won't really have much to fight. But the thing is that Ancient is a very interesting map. I mean, there's a lot of corners, man, so that MP9 can be deadly if they know how to position. But right now, well, it seems that we are having a little bit, couple issues, Roy, so how about we jump into a small break instead?
All right, let's do that.
All right,
There
big
we
guy.
go.
Yeah, there we go. Finally, just a little bit of beautiful, beautiful scenery over here before we jump back right into the game.
Right. Like I mentioned, Atrix finally got to get their chance to maybe get some of that going. Immediately, crew putting enormous pressure on their elbow. You already know how it goes. The CTs want to make sure that nobody comes right there in for free. If they're going to attempt this approach against Deco, oh, not finding the angle quite there. Deco going to catch that one off guard, and it is going to be a good start here for crew, and continues to be even more so as also the attempt towards A is not quite as clean as perhaps Atrix was expecting right here. The mullet comes right in. And that is going to slow down the push coming in from the Brazilian squad. Once again, forced through a retreat and getting kind of pinned down at this. At the very least, not boding too well for starters, but let's see if they can recoup. Of course, 3 players more than enough to still attempt to play, and there is plenty of utility to try and change how things go. But Peru, I think that they could be just content with holding down a few angles and trying to make this work. If they get overly aggressive, I think this could give a massive chance here for the Brazilian forces to actually start making something happen.
Seems like the D4 is pushing forward, but Ray is, of course, right there ready to answer. Takes one down, but of course, it's taken down with the refrag. But, well, right on that high position, it's gonna be none other than checking, making sure that he gets those kills as the enemy tries to rotate inside of mid. And just like that, Atrix gets completely annihilated. That's going to be 3 rounds for crew. And now the problem is that economy is not going to be helping the terrorist team. So they're going to be just going with the force fire over there with the Tech 9s instead of trying to save again. I mean, they need to do something about it. Of course, they're going to have the loss bonus coming in really, really soon. So just need to make sure that they can deal as much damage as possible. But look at that, Ataraxia actually pulls out the AWP. Let's see how it goes with that one.
Back immediately trying to cover some of the approach range. Young not gonna get that one up, and look at the positioning from the mid side. Sinan is gonna call out one player bad on it, but Echo immediately backs off, not wanting to fall prey of what was surely to be a swarm of terrorist forces coming his way. Instead, Rue decide to hold down the fort from a bit more of a distance, not getting overwhelmed. Excellent aim out of checking right there. Reggie also got to contribute to the cause, and now Sophia is all that left. The young talent right here not gonna get a chance to do much more than just a bit of damage. And unfortunately, it seems for Atrix that they're gonna continue to be on a bit of a slump 4 rounds in a row, but I mean, it is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes when you don't exactly get, you know, the ball rolling off the get-go with the pistol rounds. You're gonna putting yourself in a position in which you can be reset over and over, economically speaking. But right now, it is a second full attempt, let's call it here, from the Brazilian squad. Let's see what they can do, because the T's, they are in dire need for a W here.
Alright, pushing forward, the T's definitely are just backstepping a little bit. They don't want to push in just as they did.
Nice.
Of course, now they take their time and perfectly well placed. A beautiful dual kill going in over here from these 2 guys. These 2 girls, actually, these 2 girls. Just like that, they actually finally deal some damage against Crew. So maybe this is the moment they were expecting to actually get back and Draken back in the game. Look at that. Sophia is more than ready to actually catch the enemy off guard. And yes, she does. Takes down Reversive just like that. 2 more players alive. Of course, they still have to fight to get into the site, but it seems that these guys still haven't gotten enough. They want a little bit more. They're gonna push it forward. And watch out, because of his Marlon Ray. There we go. Beautiful headshot coming in as well. And that just puts now Ataraxia in the spotlight with the AWP, but I think he's not gonna be quite able to do something. Ooh, beautiful nade to actually dissipate the smoke. Try to get the shot over there. But it does not happen. The bomb was planted, and now he is going to be forced to get out of there if he wants to survive.
I mean, retreating to where it's less likely that he's going to be get caught off guard immediately. However, pressure will be there in due time, and that is Sophia once again is going to catch the rotation or the attempted movement out of Ataraxia, and that is going to be A beautiful round being brought again by the T's. And like I said, they needed that. They were just waiting for that opportunity. Those first two frags that they got towards the lower portion of mid really enabled them to work further and then just little by little continue to pick off. I mean, Crew, they knew that they had a challenge at some point and they could not afford to sit that one out. And at the end of the day, it was just too little too late for them to really find any way to mitigate that push. No, at the very least on the board, as for right now, plenty of damage being done. Here comes Sophia once again, and she's got to find 2 more and add them to the tally. And she's not going to be the only one. Bokur is... yeah, she's got to get a chance as well. So that is already 3 down here for Crew at Ataraxia. Let's see if with an AWP back in his hands, he can do something to try and find an answer.
Well, that was definitely the round that Atrix needed, but of course, Ataraxia with the AWP is gonna stop Sophia on her tracks. No 4K for her on this round instead. So she's already out of the equation. There's only 2 players and a 2v4. So there's gonna be a very small chance that they can actually pull it off. But of course, Ataraxia is right there to actually help out with those numbers. And it's starting to see a little bit more doable. Now, the M4 will be the first bastion of defense. Of course, he's not going to be able to do anything at all. Reggiana takes that beautiful kill with the AK-47. And another one is going to come in. And just like that, the round goes for Atrix once again. Well, beautiful round, honestly. That was definitely a good one for the girls.
I've got to say, again, we've seen great reactions from both ends, right? At the beginning, Crew, we saw them. They know the flash is coming. As soon as that pops, they immediately take action, and the same can be said here from Atrix. They trace down the nade immediately from the other side of the square, and Reggiana is, well, perfectly prepared to welcome that challenge, and knowing that it was very likely that somebody was going to be on the other end exactly through the lane that she's taking. So, I mean, no harm, no foul over there, even though they did have to take a bit of a beating right there. Ooh, Ataraxia, though, single shot is his thing, and gonna get themselves another upgrade in the hands of Reggie. This could be very, very dangerous, and they attempt to mitigate some of what was going on right there, and even if the CTs are getting kind of trapped here, the problem for Atrix is that now there is only 2 of them left. Of course, we've seen what Sophia can do, and let's see if she can add a bit more. Reggie and Reversive, though, already are sporting those AKs, and Ataraxia also got himself a bit of an upgrade, if you will. Not that he couldn't put that amount of work with only a deagle in hand, as well as we've seen the precision out of this man. But, I mean, you're going to feel a bit more comfortable, perhaps, with an AK in hand.
I'm actually starting to get a little bit excited. I mean, honestly, Atrix's numbers weren't the best, but to be honest, I really like what I'm seeing at this point. I mean, some of the girls have definitely showed us already the reason why they are in the tournament, actually. So I'm really glad to actually see them popping off. And I do want to see a little bit more of that. It's really wonderful that we've had so many female teams actually going into the CCT, and they've been performing quite well, honestly. So I really do hope as well that not only can they climb their way through the tournament, but oof, look at that beautiful shot, AWP. Great work with it. That is exactly what I meant. And yeah, I mean, I really do hope to see them climb the ladder, but also, I mean, let's not forget that just getting those kills and getting that experience in battle, of course, in the end. Look at that, a little with the spray transfer. We saw it from above, so beautifully done. Incredible round for Atrix. Yeah, I mean, that experience is definitely gonna go well for them, so I'm pretty sure that they're just gonna get better and better with time. And it seems like they actually did their homework, so it's amazing. This is a great round for them. And also, it seems there is a big reason why they picked Ancient after all.
I mean, it was getting very scary at the beginning. Don't get it twisted. Crew almost managed to force their hand, and they do get some progress out of it. However, it is good that Atrix, in spite of that kind of a tough start that we were talking about, they are still able to bounce back, show some adaptation. Reversive, not going to find too much success right there. Never mind, it's going to get traded. And Ataraxia gonna swing again and find himself something. The even numbers are there, but you best bet that Atrix already know exactly where the pressure is going to be coming from. Checking, though, ever so deadly. And Little C trying to go for those big W's again. Seeing just what she can do. Oh, but not going to be able to run away from that one. Deco immediately going to work in tandem with Reggie, as they both now know exactly where the bomb is going to be positioned. So Sophia's going to have hell of a tough time trying to go for the challenge. And even if he managed to win there against Reggie, I think Deco was always going to have his boys back. So that was a tough spot for sure. I mean, SAT, that is pretty much the worst possible scenario. You're not working with the right numbers, and you are still in need to approach the bomb. So it's we've seen them in better situations, but I mean it's good, this little back and forth that we've seen from both squads, right? Even if Crew started with a bit of a streak, we've seen that from both ends, but it seems like they managed to recoup right off the rip. Tons of pressure towards ramp now. Let's see what they can do, because Reggiano already taking quite a few hits. This is not looking pretty right now for the T-Forces, especially not when the boys in blue are fighting shots like this.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage they already took. Honestly, Sophia is such an important gear on the team. I mean, look at her kills. She's doing a wonderful job. But of course, Reggiani, this is her time to shine. She actually takes one, and the AWP is quite damaged as well. Not really able to get it down. That's a good shot, actually, planted by Ataraxia. But that was really close, by the way. I really thought that she was just gonna clutch that one for her team right there, but sometimes it's not really that possible. And we're down to a 2v3, but of course, 2v4 actually. But Deco is down to 19 HP and Ataraxia down to 27. But the AK-47 proves itself to be deadly. And the AWP can handle a lot of damage with just one click. That's all it needed. Now sitting over here takes down Deco. He's out of the equation right now. It was way too low to actually be too important right there, but look at that. The AWP all across the map just takes down Sinan and puts Booker into the spotlight. As we see, well, she definitely needs to get the bomb and get it planted, but it's going to be really hard for her. It's a 1v3. I don't really think there's a chance, but hey, miracles happen.
Could be case. I mean, that actually quite lit up, and getting caught with the utility in hand right there. Good shooting though. Backing is not expecting that one. However, not dissuaded by the molly whatsoever. Ataraxia having one hell of a round for himself, playing his life as much as he could, and that definitely makes an impact at the end of the day. So Crew, pretty much the halfway point for them, claiming exactly half of what we're gonna see during this first portion of the map before we get to see them go on the offensive. Matrix, of course, aren't going to be waiting for their opportunity to kind of play the same role that Crew have been developing for themselves so far. But it's been a battle through and through. However, unfortunately, there for Atrix, money has been a constant issue, right? Like, they've had a tough time into making it to side, actually, of course. I mean, you cannot blame the Boker for not going straight for the planet. He could have very well be in a tough spot right off the rip at the end of the previous round. But of course, we know that wasn't the case. But nonetheless, it's still a difficult call to make in the heat of the moment. Oh, immediately going for the rush though. Boker looking for some redemption right here. Ataraxia looking for some of that same action he was bringing last time around with some support. This is looking pretty much impossible to overcome for Atrix, at the very least during this round, and Crew are gonna run away with the lead no matter what happens during the rest of our first half.
Yeah, they stumbled upon a huge wall over there, and also the problem is that pretty much everybody committed to the same site as well, so it was going to be really hard for them to actually go through that with all the Tech 9s and pistols. Of course, we already have a 7-3 on the scoreboard, which is already starting to see a little bit high and big. I mean, we are just around the corner of the second half of the game, and we already know that Crew is definitely going to jump into that one with a little bit of advantage, but let's just see if it actually grows a bit higher, or they're just gonna stay with the 7 on the score. I really do hope that Atrix can get things a little bit closer right there, close them up, and just get closer to probably a win or securing an overtime as soon as they can. Of course, they do not want to give up. Want to keep on fighting. They want to keep showing us what they got. T4 starting to move slowly but surely, patiently but deadly as well.
Oh,
and Sophia taking point once more.
He narrowly didn't get a chance to catch a glimpse right there. You know, the Atrix's answer seems to be in aggression every single time, right? Like, they did not get intimidated whatsoever. Yeah, though. Oh,
Ooh.
checking the corner, but the wrong one, unfortunately. Checking, gonna be punishing that one. The rest of the team, though, in a very different position. However, it seems like they're ready for the call-out Deco. Laying down some shots, and also putting out quite a few lives right there. Counter push, though, there from Little C and Reggie, and we've seen just what duos can make here for the T's.
Nice.
And they bring it down to a 2-on-2.
Oh, enemy has been spotted. Watch out.
Okay.
You know the CTs are right there. Oh my god, what a standoff.
Oh,
That's
whack-a-mole right there.
This is getting tough. This is getting tough, but
Oh,
the headshots do
barely.
not land from Rugiani, and it's Atraxi actually getting that kill with the AWP. And just like that, the bomb gets defused. The round goes for crew once again, but it was a really close round for the girls.
Auto Salmas, a massive W right there. I mean, they do manage to force the hand of crew by quite a bit, but in the end, nerves of steel prevail in the side of the Argentinian squad. That they do what they know how to do best, which is deny those efforts coming in from the other side of the aisle here. Change of smokes, of course. Crew are not going to be slowed down whatsoever by that, and Atrix immediately trying to take charge of A right here. Everybody committing to it. Ataraxia, though, on Reggiani, that is going to be a very massive pickup. The smoke does its job, but Ataraxia has already put down some damage. However, this is the last chance that Atrix do have to get away with something from their tier round. So let's see how this goes, because, I mean, they do manage to make the site quite effectively so.
Well, bomb planted. The timer is running out. This time it's seeking against the CTs. They need to make a move. Here comes Molly. And that's going to be the ring. It's going to push them out. Reversive takes a kill against Sophia. Good answer from Sin, takes out Deco. She's going to take another one. Probably a third one here. Yes, she does. Goes down. Finally, Rigi takes 2 kills over there. But of course, we got Booker. Yes, she actually saves it with a beautiful double just at the last moment. And the bomb explodes, allowing Atrix to take that round for themselves. Beautiful round, amazing for the T's. Unfortunately, they just take a little bit too long to make those rounds happen. But hey, this is a good sign. It seems like they could do a little bit better on the CT side. I definitely hope so.
That double from Sinan also being a huge part of why they were able to clutch out at the end. 8-4, I mean, could be better, yes, but also not the worst possible spot that you can find yourself in. I want to say that it could come down to the beginning of this, and of course, a massive round. Let's not get that twisted. But still, I mean, there's plenty of chances here for Atrix to still bounce back, though. Deco making sure to find those entries for the squad, and oh my god, Reversive also going to be delivering in the pain. I mean, look at them just completely wiping out. We've seen this from Crew, and I expect to see much more of where this came from in their future matches as well. It's just the sheer effectiveness that these guys bring when they only have pistols in hand. And also, I mean, just the sheer precision that we get a chance to see coming in from Crew. So it is the Argentinian squad that are gonna run away with first chance to strike. And that, well, unfortunately doesn't bode too well here for Atrix, who are, of course, gonna be stuck with pistols for a little longer.
Well, after the 10 point actually reaches Crew in just probably a couple rounds, maybe this one is going to be the one in which they will regain it. Because let's be honest, once again, the enemy has no firepower. Look at that, Deco taking the first one. Takes a lot of damage, but of course, you just going to retreat, and right, Rigi is going to be right here to finish off the job. That's 3 players down already. He does lose his life as well, but I mean, it's all down to Booker with only 31 HP. I don't think that is going to be very doable. Of course, she gets rushed right there precisely by Ataraxia, and just like that, the CTs are pretty much gone. out of that round. It's kind of expected. It's the second one after pistol. It usually happens. But yeah, there it is. That's double digits on the score for Crew. And with a huge advantage of 6 rounds against Atrix. Now, they are going to have a little bit of firepower. We do have a couple of M4s, the FMS, and of course the MP9. Let's just hope they can get the best out of that. Because they're dealing with AK-47s and an incredible team, to be honest.
Yeah, it is not going to be easy whatsoever. Need a ball push out of Crew. And unfortunately, Atrix are not able to close in the distance right of the rib, but they're right there, Reggiano. Perhaps they were expecting a bit more of an aggro play, but just the slightest of staggers, and is gonna do the trick here for Crew. And now that just has given them so much control over the middle portion of the map. In here, not gonna find much more, unfortunately. Just bullets into the air. At the very least, not catching any strays right here. Sophia, though, does she get a chance? She's gonna hear the call out right immediately, of course. Deco was ready with coverage. Little C catches on the pinch. Down to a 3-on-3, but the bomb is down. Let's not forget about that. So time is of the essence here for Atrix, and they cannot afford much more. What a throw right there. And exactly into one of the players that can contribute the most as by what we've seen previously. And yeah, I mean, as an absolute unit, Crew are able to do it, and they are not trying to look back whatsoever, only forwards.
Well, that was looking like a pretty good round, honestly, for Atrix, but it, of course, does not go well. Crew is just right there to actually destroy them once that we jump into the retake situation. But now, the reset button, once again, we're gonna have Atrix with no money, no economy, no nothing, only a couple Kevlars and a little bit of utility. As they are forced to play without guns, only pistols. Without rifles, I really don't think they're gonna stand a chance. I mean, right now, Crew has been doing a wonderful job. Look at Rege with 17 kills already. An AK-47 in hand. Of course, First Blood is gonna be spilled by his hands. Sinnoh takes a kill with the P250 though. Reversive takes another kill right there against Sophia. So she is already out of the equation. Deals a little bit of damage before she goes down, but not enough, to be honest. I mean, one good headshot coming in by Little C could be enough to take him down, but it's gonna be hard now the bomb is planted. And current objective is just trying to survive, but Reversive is right there. He definitely wants that, girls. Takes a double kill over here, and actually spots the last one. Oh no, he pulls out the pistol at the last moment just to add a little bit of disrespect. That was dirty, man.
Man, I mean, Reversive waiting for forever. I mean, you could clearly tell Atrix were expecting somebody to be on the flank over there by the water, but I mean, Reversive didn't give off any signs of actually overextended before it was his chance to strike, and he ends up getting what very well could be the final nail in the coffin right here, which is exactly what now Crew are going to be attempting. This Crew squad are looking like absolute killers today. What a good way to start for them. These early rounds, you want to get some momentum going, of course. Both teams, both far from qualification and far from elimination, so it's not like you're looking to be in the worst of spots after taking an L. But of course, Atrix are still gonna want to get in as many reps as they can, as much more as they can extend this one. And of course, I mean, it could happen. It could happen, don't get it twisted, that they make this OT a reality. However, from just the sheer confidence that we've seen out of Crew, I think that it is gonna be very, very tough to overcome those odds. Sophia, though, finding the first pick right here. We've seen some pressure on the other side coming in from the other side of the house, but oh, Deco, that is massive right there. And with even numbers, those AKs are looking all the more deadly.
Alright, it's frag after frag and refrag after refrag. Now the bomb is gonna get planted over here, so that's a retake situation for the two girls left. Let's just hope they can get this done for themselves. Ooh, look at that beautiful nade landing perfectly, Little Z. Amazing job. But this 2v1 is gonna be more than enough. They actually jump straight forward. They don't know where he is, and ooh, Laser takes the last 2 players alive and actually clutches that for themselves. So Crew actually reaches the 13th point, and Droid, just like that, they get the first point.
They are going to catch that first W, and in quite a fashion. They've managed to do so. Crew looking stellar, even in their opponent's pick. So Atrix, I mean, they are looking to put up a better fight now on their opponent's territory. That is going to be Dust 2. So, like you've mentioned, pretty much everybody has got also, much like Mirage, a couple thousand hours on that map. So it's not like they're going to be catching anybody off guard, but also that gives a bit of a chance, I think, for them to feel a bit more comfortable, perhaps, because it's not like there weren't moments in which we could see the strats, right? In which we could see there was a game plan right there. It's just the execution that, I mean, it didn't really come to fruition in some key moments, I have to say, because, I mean, I think a couple of details could have changed, at the very least, how the scoreboard looks, right? Because, I mean, it was not looking too pretty by the end, but at that point, it's just a bit too much pressure to be adding. But nonetheless, like I mentioned, we still have Dust 2 to be looking forward to, and that, of course, will be in a few minutes. So I hope that you guys get a chance to take a bit of a breather alongside us, and we'll be back with the action in just a few. Well, here we are once again. Thank you so much for your patience as we are about to see perhaps a conclusion, perhaps the extension of this match that we have at the current time. I mean, Crew definitely coming out of the gate swinging, and well, they are not looking to slow down whatsoever. However, it could be the chance here to strike on Dust 2 for Atrix. Of course, like we mentioned previously to the break, this is their opponent's pick, so it is going to be perhaps an uphill battle, as we are, of course, expecting Crew to be bringing the heat specifically on that map.
Yeah, honestly, the thing is that Dust 2 is a map that has been with us for a very, very long time. So every single player does have at least a couple hours, a couple thousand hours on that map. And they really know how to play it. They should know how to play it, right, in theory. So for me, I always say it, picking Dust 2 is kind of a red flag in a certain way. Sometimes it's just a comfort pick if you definitely know that you are going to win on that one, that you already have the upper hand. Regarding like individual skill and team skill and, you know, all that kind of stuff, everything that you can bring into a map, right? Because Dust 2 is a map in which if you don't bring something new to the table, I mean, it's really gonna be hard to actually win in it, only based on your skill level, if it is just a little bit lower than the enemy. But in this case, we can kind of tell, I mean, based on what we saw on the previous map, that Crew does have that skill level, that individual skill level a little bit higher. So maybe that's the reason why they actually picked the Dust 2. They just feel confident, they know that they can win on that one, they just want to have fun on this one, and it is very possible that we could be seeing that. Of course, also, that's the other side of the coin. The thing is that Atrix might actually have a good time on this one instead, because of that same reason, because this could be the map in which they have already practiced so many hours before. So it is very possible that we could also see a very close top match between these two teams. But speaking about the match, Roy, it seems that it is live right now, so we jump right into the action and wait just a little bit longer, a couple seconds, while we can see Atrix on the CT side having just a little bit of advantage. Let's see how they manage on that, as they actually send 4 players to the A side, and that is going to be exactly what they need. Let's see how it goes.
Let's take a look real quick. I mean, an absolutely crucial start for them, but it's instead going to be a good opener for the boys in yellow right here. Crew taking their advance through long, of course. Still, they're going to find some opposition. They better check card here, because if not, Sophia is going to start punishing them. And look at that. He pops out immediately and starts to take names. However, only ends up with 1 frag and a bit more damage. And that means that the rest of Crew can comfortably keep on advancing. And with that confidence, they end up completely deleting the counter-terrorist forces. And again, we have yet to see Atrix take down the... And unfortunately for them, I think they are running out of chances to prove what they can do on such an instance, because, I mean, Crew, like I mentioned, I think this could very well be a constant that we see throughout the rest of our matches, even not only talking about this one for them. It's that they are looking mighty confident on the pistols, a bit of pressure towards suicide from a distance. Sophia not going to find it quite much more. Neither does a little C. I mean, a couple of scouts right here. Interesting choices. And of course, the Deagles can also make things very complicated for the T's right here, even in spite of what we have going on.
Man, I really thought that Sophia was gonna have a huge setup over the red car. She had the opportunity, but she just takes one and then he gets pretty much deleted as the enemy rushed towards her. She really did have a chance right there, but pretty much blown up first round as it goes for Crew. Oh, okay, good shot. That one actually landed against Shekin's head. You know, Roy, I think the Deagles are a beautiful weapon in this game, but they need to be on the right hands.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Deagles can for sure change the course of a round. Perhaps, you know, getting the jitters out right here. We'll see, though, still. A fighting chance here. Ooh, unfortunate there. Reggie has been absolutely on fire this time around. Not only finding success with the nade, but also with his very own bullets. And Sophia, unfortunately, not able to do much more. Gives away her position and probably going to be chased out. I mean, not much else left for her to do other than try to run to the fences and survive. And she's going to have to fight for it. And unfortunately, not going to get a chance to do much more than that. And to put it simply, the precision that we've seen out of Crew has been pretty much on point.
Yeah,
Totally,
it was just
totally
a couple
stellar.
of shots. He
Yeah.
just stabbed them.
Yeah.
Honestly, also, I'm gonna start counting the nade kills because right now we already got 2 of them. One in the previous round, and one on the previous game as well. So I'm pretty sure we might actually start seeing a lot of them. It seems like Crew does know how to place them. So I'm just gonna start counting them at this point. Let's see how many we can get on this map as well. Seems that we have Atrix pretty much committing to B site with only 1 player on A. But of course now we're gonna try to fight for mid control over here as the T sides start pushing towards Cat. Moving to site, nobody's gonna be right there to stop them. First line of defense actually pushes back with the team, and as they all get smoked out, well, these just make their way into site pretty much free.
I mean, there was a bit of an opportunity right there for Atrix to try and take control of Cat, perhaps, and then push from onwards. However, they commit to the lower approach, and that ends up proving a death themselves. Crew looking not unscathed, really, because they did take quite a bit of damage, but no one falling, which is also not a good sign for their opponents. Though, to be fair, last time around, Atrix did have a bit of a tougher time, you know, kind of getting the ball rolling at the beginning, and then we did see some glimpses of hope from them. But this time around, is not only have to be glimpses of hope, but, you know, a bit more than just that. If they want to continue to extend the series, Little C gonna give it a try with the first shot off the up. That doesn't really come to pass. Great cleanup, but when one too many targets, right in front of her, and Sophia's gonna end up falling to the clutches of the terrorist forces, though they did take a bit of a hit right here. Again, second shot missed. Ready for a cleanup right now, but gonna try to make it across first. Good call on the end of Little C. As now Crew are forced to recoup. They know that they are expected and that the opponents, have an up pretty much waiting for them to cover for the long side. So it is the easy peasy lemon squeezy type of deal for them. In the meantime, we do see the flank being attempted right here. Boker gonna lead the charge to try and catch Crew off guard, or at the very least, surprise them whenever they are looking the most vulnerable.
This could be huge though. Sometimes being a little bit overconfident can actually be really expensive for your team. Crew right now definitely feels confident. They are watching their backs, but they maybe do not expect the girls to actually do this. They still have a couple HE nades that they can use, and that could be huge to try to get that one player that's so low on HP.
Oh.
Beautiful shot coming in. Little C taking that with the AWP through the smoke. Of course, there it is. Smoker coming from behind. That's exactly what we meant. Sinan takes another one. Of course, the refrag falls in, but the bomb's gonna get planted by the last player alive with so low HP and just one nade from Boker. That's all it needs. She can do it. But of course, Little C is gonna be the one taking that beautiful shot as well. Amazing round. Beautifully played by both teams, honestly. And a great retake situation as well for the girls. Beautifully done by Atrix. Getting that defuse just in time. And hey, definitely a lot better than what we saw on the previous game as well.
Absolutely. I mean, a better answer. You can tell also the adaptations are coming in earlier, right? Because this time,
Yeah.
I mean, they did not try to push for a bit more aggressively towards the corner right there by blue or by the doors. I mean, they know there's very likely going to be a whole entourage of terrorist forces to welcome them right there. So they decide to retreat, take it a bit slower, and that works out like a charm here for the CTs. Ironically enough, now they're going to be trying to take Arch, so most of them are going to be committed to long. However, look at what Crew have decided to do here, it seems mostly a B commitment out of them. Sinan, though, gotta get a chance to, at the very least, to slow this down.
Ooh. Beautiful tap right there. Reversive is out of the equation already. Beautiful shot coming in. No smoke actually works out for them. Matrax here with the AWP taking them down right at the doors. But of course, here he comes. The utility. Smoke dissipation and not quite able to find anybody out there. But watch out because we got one player taking point just behind, just around the corner. Down from the window. Bomb's gonna get planted and you can tell the girls are definitely scared to actually jump into it. You just want to take your time with for the all the utility to be used from the T4s. So Molly, is it gonna be connecting against the enemy? No, it doesn't. Deco takes 2 kills as the players start rushing in through the window. The LWP doesn't really connect right there, but he knows there's a player. No, misses the shot. Of course, the flash actually helps her out. Little Z takes a kill. And she could take another one. She knows there's a player right there. But it does not land. Actually misses the shot, and just with the pistol, it's gonna be taken down right there. Damn, that was unfortunate. But that flash just pretty much ends up saving her life, allowing for another extra kill to fall in the end. But well, once again, Crew comes out victorious of that round. That's a 1-4. And now the CTs, they do have a little bit of money. But I think it's not gonna be enough. They're gonna be pretty much gonna go forcing over here with MP9, Scout, just a couple pistols, and of course, Booker with the M4. Oof. And that's one of the guns already going. The Scout doesn't really do anything over here. Oh no, Rigi actually spots Little C, takes her down, as well as Sin, and finally Refrag comes in, as Regina takes it with the Scout, but that's 4 casualties already, counting Reversive's 1 as well. Woker coming from CT. She could do something over here, but just takes 1. Gets taken down as well. That is going to be another round for Crew. And they get the money plant as well.
Never playing alone. Always making sure to cover for their teammates' backs right here. Crew looking pristine in their own pick. This is much what we expected. I mean, it's not like Atrix have been falling asleep at the wheel or anything like that. I do think that, I mean, Crew have been outplaying them for the most part, at the very least in this early instances, and could be much of what we've seen previously from them. I mean, once Crew get momentum, it is a tough team to overcome for sure. This is, I mean, one of the main Argentinian squads that we get to see here. So, like I mentioned, they're trying to bring their A game for today. Reversive definitely saw somebody around the corner. Not gonna get a chance to claim a frag, so Bokor narrowly kind of gets to run away with her life. Definitely a bit lucky in that instance, as I mean that could have been a much more costly mistake, and I know it doesn't get much more costly than 95 HP already down the drain, but I mean it could have been alive. At the very least, you still have some presence in the map right there, and Crew looking quite clustered here. However, let's see if there is any answer from the CTs right now. Of course, who are first gonna get worried about setting up their way in with the mollies, and a couple of smokes as well to follow. That is a big pick onto Little C right there. Deco has been on fire for this portion, and we've seen just how effective this man can be for finding those entries in such a fashion for enabling his team. Constipation is being required right here from the CTs. Unfortunately, though, I think that Crew are more than ready for that type of approach. And okay, things get a bit more interesting. Setting up the 1v2, but it is going to be a tough clutch, especially given the time that is left. And again, it is Deco right there. And he is not alone. The man formerly known as Laser, a.k.a. checking right here. Gotta be following on his teammates' footsteps and making sure that he does not go into battle alone. Maybe even currently known as Laser, I don't know. I mean, that is his last name after all. Mr. Eduardo checking, but I mean, well, like I said, and Mr. Laser looking, I mean, pinpoint accurate today. And the problem here for Atrix is that it's not only him, everybody on cruise, and it's looking stellar, and things are looking to get even more complicated. I mean, look at the pincer move right here. Of course, Atrix were sporting only pistols, so it is to be expected, but his numbers are looking kind of dire right now. Crew running away with this first half.
Well, I mean, yeah, they pretty much just did it once again. It's pretty much exactly how the previous game went as well. We had the 7 on the score. Atrix was able to just get a couple more rounds as they start getting just a little bit better and actually learning from the enemy strategies as well. So we definitely will see more rounds for them, I can tell you that. But let's just see that happen because it's not looking good for them. I mean, it's already Crew having a huge advantage. And also, I mean, they have the weight on their shoulders about the previous game being lost. So that also adds up. And in the end, it just allows for Atrix to make more mistakes because they are just a little bit more nervous.
Maybe
but
so.
In the end, hey, I mean, I definitely can tell that they should be having fun. Look at those beautiful kills coming in. And that was another Nate kill, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to count that at 1 as well, I believe. That is 3 already.
Good answer here from Atrix, to be certain. Gian opting for a bit more of an up-close and personal approach to things. Oh, look at this. The double doors are pretty much already through. And of course, we're going to check the corner. Reggie going to be in charge of that. The AK proves to be a little too much in that instance. And, I mean, they have already gave that approach away in the you know, the avenue that they were opting to take. Now, though, Little C hiding for a second. Not going to get a chance to strike first. Oh, never mind that. Look at there go. The jumping shot immediately. So in a no-scope, but that is Sophia closes things in, and that is a beautiful round out of Atrix. I mean, you got to give it to Little C, right?
Yeah.
Like, doing so much for the squad right here. Not only a couple of picks, but also the way that she played her life. I mean, surviving till the very last second, and of course, hiding until the moment was correct, because that bomb gets planted, things get a bit more hectic, and you know, I mean, there's something about the constant ticking sometimes that just gets under your nerves if you are a CT and you know that the clock now is playing against you. But at the very least, they do manage to get a second one on the board, but it is gonna have to be a bit of a streak at this point if Atrix wanna, you know, make up for a bit of that lost pace that they've been showing here in the first half.
That up jump shot was just more than worth it already, I can tell.
Oh, it was nasty, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be the highlight pretty much from Atrix. Even if they actually don't win, I definitely respect that. Beautifully done, no fear. Actually, go straight up for it. A Little C takes position once again now. The enemy does know that they can expect hurt there, so of course they are not gonna play around the same. They actually force her out of that position. So well played as well by Crew. Just like that, they can actually just in this position right here. Of course, we're gonna see the utility falling in. Let's give it a smoke. And here you come. And okay, another smoke, perfectly placed, and the flash. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 flashes, and just like that, Reversive takes a beautiful kill against Smoker. Out of the spot.
How does the song say? Smoke him if you got him. I mean, they're there for a reason, right? So.
And bomb planted for short as well. So they're not gonna have to deal with the Little C. Little C's up. They know she's dangerous now. They actually respect that, and it's really nice to see it happen. Because it just means that these guys know that the girls are packing. Look at that. Another beautiful shot by Little C. Takes him down right in the head. Reggie is out of the equation, but of course, the AKs are going to prove themselves to be really, really deadly. That's 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, 3 for a second at the last moment. Amazingly done, Crew. That was a very close round, honestly, but oh man, what a tough spot actually for the girls. I mean, it was a retake situation, but Little C, she's doing wonders, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that last, the showing of patience there by Czech, it was stellar. And of course, he had a bit of coverage right there. I mean, Lalo Lalito, que qué sucio, muchacho, qué sucio. But that was some good stuff right there coming in from Crew. Of course, the advantage has already been secured for the Argentinian squad for quite a while now. But I mean, they're looking to make much more. Last time around, at the very beginning of the second half, we saw immediately they take command and they never look back. Right, double digits right up the rip, and from then on, they just keep their opponents on a chokehold. So that looks to be a tough spot. I mean, like it wasn't already here for Atrix. They're gonna have the single rifle that the CTs are gonna be playing with this time around. Single silencer to their side in that M4, and of course that MP9 could also make something happen. But when you have those AKs approaching you without regard, pretty much, it is gonna be a much tougher look for this CTs, especially just given the fact that they have little to no utility to play with. So no way to really try to slow down the offensive efforts coming in from Crew.
Well, with Sophia with an M4, I mean, it might just be enough to get just a couple of kills, but it's gonna be a really tough round for them right here.
Oh,
Where we can take them down. I mean, wow. Definitely expect the enemy to be right around those corners. Rigi does a wonderful job, takes 2 players down right there. Just like that, the M4 is gone. Now Sinan is the one with the weapon.
oof.
Little C goes out of the equation. Oh no, but looking at the other... Oh man, that was unfortunate for Sinan. Just looking at the other side on the worst moment possible. Gets taken down, takes a couple of shots, and just at the moment she actually looks around to see who was shooting at her. Well, that's exactly when she goes out, so she's only quite able to see what hit her. But that is all she can see. 219 on the score. And, well, Crew is pretty much just around the corner of the double digits, and probably the second point for them as well. Pushing forward. Through A doors, A main, going long. Dropping all utilities, making sure that there's nobody around the corner. A couple random shots are also falling in. There is nobody there. Everybody's gonna have to reposition. The CTs though, there's 2 of them still lurking around B side, just making sure that there's gonna be nobody at that position. Beautiful shot coming in by a little C, taking down the first squad. As Ataraxia is not quite able to do anything on that round. Be careful. That's 2 players around each corner. AWP is gonna allow for 1 shot only. So let's just hope that you are lucky and you get the one in which the player is going to show up. Because the T's are definitely going to show up on that spot. Utility getting ready. And there we go. Flash, missed shot by the AWP, perfectly done. And Deco actually pops out of the older corner. Takes that kill.
You get your chance right there, and you better make it count. Unfortunately, they're Little C unable to do much more for her squad, but here come the T's once again cleaning up house, and now they have to look for Cat, and yep,
wow.
That is all she wrote. I mean, a brilliant went to end things up. You can see the coordination on behalf of Crew, and they have the way to call out the plays like so. I mean, playing with confidence, playing with all the money as well. They did have at the very least a couple AWPs during that last round, so it was never gonna be an easy way, but unfortunately, there nothing going well by the end for Atrix's side, so it ends up being a bit of a beatdown for that ending of the first half. And unfortunately, here for the Brazilian squad, we do have a very steep ladder to try and climb towards, and double digits it is, even before the side switch. So this better be a good start. Region trying to make exactly that happen, already tagging up a couple of players, and Ataraxia also gonna catch some bullets, even though he's not quite at death's door. Excellently done. Good call out of Atrix to just hit W and never look right back. But oh my god, Reggie. Anything we've seen out of this man are simply something else. Sophia does manage to get it cleared up on the other side, but look at this. This is quite the answer. And even more so, Ataraxia going crazy at the tail end of the pistol round. And just when we thought Atrix had this one on the bag, the bell tolls, and the rest is history.
Oh man, that was such a really close round. I really hoped that Atrix was going to be able to get it for themselves, but of course, I mean, it's going to be huge for Crew right here, because that pretty much is going to give them a free one. They're going to have all the weapons, all the firepower they want, and the enemy is going to have nothing but pistols, and thus, that is just pretty much going to translate into another free round, which is going to be the 12th one. So, match point for Crew on the next round, and that's just pretty much going to be it. It's 10 rounds that Atrix actually has to make up for. And look at that. They're just falling in like flies.
Oh, man.
Even the pistol's
Lot of
more than
stuff.
enough to take him down. Yeah, that's nasty. Oh, little Z, last player, last line of defense. But there is nothing that you can defend when your team is already out of the equation. Crew takes the 12th one. Just like that, match point. Ladies and gents, it seems that we are looking into what is going to be the end of the game.
I'm not gonna disagree with that. I think that, yeah, this is looking curtains, to be honest, and I don't want to sound like I'm a Debbie Downer, you know. I'm not trying to just take the wind out of Atrix's sails, but it is not looking too pretty right now for the Brazilian squad. Unfortunately, I mean, Sinan and Bokor not really having a great game this time around, and that definitely shows up at the end of the day, right? Like you cannot count on a couple of your players only to try and put in most of the work. Bit of unfortunate, but hey, it happens sometimes. And like I said, this is not like they're gonna get eliminated right out of the gate or anything like that. They still have plenty of chances to make up for the quote-unquote mistakes of the past. So let's see if they can really try to go out with a bang, or if they maybe even mount a mini comeback right here. It could have been a good start. Reggie, though, answering right back whenever we see any glimpses of hope coming in from Atrix. There's always Reggie right there to try and settle them back down. It is a 3-on-3. Look at Ataraxia and that health, that it's not looking too clean, but nonetheless, it is not going to be an easy approach. Deco also not exactly the best equipped for this potential long approach, whereas we have seen what the gals can do on Atrix with an AWP in hand. This time is Sophia, though. Little C, no longer a part of the round, and she has been for sure a massive contributor to this, to the cost of the Brazilian forces. Bokor catching the cross right there. Interestingly enough, Deco running away with murder right there, and even getting a bit more so. Ataraxia still gonna try to approach, but not even gonna make much more out of that, because time was already of the essence, and it looks like you take a little too long, and that is exactly what happens. A bit unfortunate, because I mean, it was already looking pretty swell there for Atrix. It's just a matter of time, really, and well, an even more dominant fashion. Crew end up sweeping this one away. But it's going to be a 2-0 victory for them, positioning themselves now in the upper matches for their next encounter, whereas Atrix, like I said, they're still going to get a chance to fight back, but that'll be, that'll be a little later on, and now it's time for them to go back to the drawing board and try to see exactly what went wrong.
Well, that was kind of an anticlimactic end, if I do say so myself.
Yes,
I mean, I was expecting a little bit more action. It was really happening pretty much, but in the end, I mean, there was just no way that the girls could actually deal against Crew at the last moment. But of course, well, we are gonna have a lot more to see in the future. This is just pretty much early right now. Teams are just testing the waters one another. I mean, just knowing what each one of them is actually capable of. We are gonna see more games from them coming in the future. And of course, we definitely hope that Atrix is gonna be just playing even better. I mean, I did like what I see. They do have what it takes. Of course, they just need to get a little bit better. They need to start doing their homework, to studying the enemy as well, learning new strategies, and well, of course, just overall, you know, in the end, it's all experience. Even if you end up losing a match, there is something that you can win from that. So
Absolutely.
we definitely can expect more from them in the future. I definitely hope so. But speaking of the future, in just a little bit more, we are gonna have another match, which is gonna be Dusty Roots against Yawara, and that one is really gonna get interesting because Yawara, well, I do have them on my mind. I really do want to see them play just as good as they can. But of course, that is gonna be in just a couple more minutes. So Roy, how about we jump into a small break and perhaps just wait a little bit longer for that one?
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I do believe it's going to be like an hour and a half for our next match, so look forward to that. In the meantime, guys, catch a break, and we'll see you when we have the rest of the action for you all. So that'll be in a bit. And won't you look at that? We are here once more. Thank you, everyone, for being here and also for the patience. That was a bit of a longer break than we were expecting, perhaps, but nonetheless, here we are once again. And, of course, back to the action. Interestingly enough, the last encounter was between an all-Argentinian squad and an all-Brazilian squad. This one is also going to be looking to be some of that.
Yeah, and actually rooting for both teams, honestly. It seems like both of them are actually going to go head-to-head because things are looking good on statistics regarding everything they've done throughout the tournament and their previous games as well. It's going to be really interesting between Dusty Roots and Yawara, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready just in a couple minutes to see what happens in the battlefield. Of course, first of all, we need to see, well, everything that these two teams have ready for us regarding strategy. That includes the roster, that includes, of course, the picks, but of course, more of that in the letter. I just wanted to say that this is gonna be a very interesting match. We are up for a very important one as well because, well, these two teams, like I mentioned, that they are coming in strong, and we are just about to see who can actually have a better chance at becoming the champion of champions.
Oh yeah, so why don't we go ahead and take a look at those rosters for starters. Like we mentioned, and as promised, it is going to be an international clash once again. So here we have the Argentinian side of it in Dusty Roots, one of the orgs that continues to support CS there over on Argentina. They are MaxCore Braguti, who's one of the newest members of the roster, by the way. We have Tom, we have 1962, and Toto. So these guys, I mean, we have a couple of names that have been duking it out for quite a while, if I'm not mistaken. MaxCore and Tom have been together for a while. 1962 with them as well for a little bit, at the very least, 6 plus months from what we have reported. And, well, a couple of newer additions who are fairly recent, to be certain, in Fraguti and Toto. But nonetheless, I'm sure that these guys have already have some time to acquaint with one another, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. After that performance from their Argentinian brethren in crew, I think that we can expect great things here from Dusty Roots.
Yeah, exactly, because mostly you mentioned that Tommy and MaxCore are actually together for some time already. And MaxCore, I mean, this guy is coming in strong as well. He is the strongest piece on the team at this moment. So that duel that they're going to have, it's definitely going to be really, really useful for this roster. But speaking of the roster, let's see what we have on the other side, because in this case, Yawara is also coming in strong, as we are going to have the match with Stax, Teledi, Joe, Nardis, and Rebels. And of course, Teledi also put the spotlight on this guy. He seems to be a pretty good entry fragger. Honestly, he's got a really big impact on the team as well. So I do want to put the spotlight on this guy. Unfortunately, we don't have the picture right there, but he's also a very well looking guy as well. And these are the 5 guys who are going to give everything they've got on the Brazilian team against the Argentinians. Let's see how that develops on the battlefield. And speaking of which, jumping towards the picks and bans, because that is such an important part of all this psychological game that is Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So our first removed map is going to be Anubis, actually, which that prompts an answer from Yawara as well, who is going to be removing Mirage. And then our first pick gonna be coming in from the side of the Argentinian forces in Nuke. So we know exactly what we can expect. Of course, tons of util being properly placed, tons of place in coordinated efforts. Much of the same can be said for Inferno, however, in a bit of a different layout. Well, a fairly different layout, to say the least. Also, the CT is gonna have a swell time over there. So with Inferno being picked in Ancient and Train also not being a part of the equation, Dust 2 could be back on track for us. We've already seen one Argentinian squad duke it out on Dust 2, and it went pretty well for them, dare I say. However, we'll see if we even have to get there, because, well, Nuke and Inferno, I mean, one of these two teams may just pull ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, Nuke is definitely one of those interesting maps. I mean, it's not an easy map to actually play, and especially I do see that Dusty Roots and Yawara, I mean, they're both going to have a lot of fun on that one. It all depends on who is a better defense player on the city side. As we all know, Nuke is a city-sided map. But also, the same thing happens on Inferno pretty much, and Yawara does have the upper hand on that one with a 67% win rate. I mean, both teams actually have 3 maps on that one throughout the last place, but it seems that, well, things have not been really good for Dusty Roots on that one. However, Yawara does have the upper hand. So, once again, it's all going to depend on who is a better CT player overall. And that is definitely going to be something really interesting to see. Because first, we are going to jump into Dusty Roots territory on Nuke. And let's just see if we are lucky on Dust 2 as well in the end, because as we all know, it's kind of a comfort pick for everybody, and they just pretty much are gonna depend on individual skill. But these 2 maps, I mean, they're definitely not easy at the beginning, so it's all about teamwork. I think that both teams are packing from both things as well. Individual skill and also team strategy. That is very important to see as it is going to develop in the future in the next couple minutes on the battlefield. Roy, really excited for this one. Both teams are pretty much ranked really, really close to each other. It's going to be interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are fairly equivalent in skill, but I do think, at the very least from what the numbers are telling us, that Dusty Roots really need to pull ahead in this whole ordeal from the get-go. If Nuke goes their way, I think we have a good chance of maybe even seeing a decider, and that is just because over on Inferno, Yawara do boost a better and much stronger type of record over there. Of course, like we said, there have been a few changes, but for the most part, the core of their efforts has been staying the same for quite a while. Actually, Zhao and Stags have been duking it out together for over a year and a half already. So that is plenty of experience with one another, and well, that may come into play greatly alongside Revolts, actually, which is the next longest standing member in that squad, especially on Nuke, right? Because like you know exactly what your teammate is trying to do over there. You know exactly what type of place you can even attempt, and it's like it comes down to that non-verbal communication that you don't even have to call out to play. You know exactly what your teammate is going to do, and of course, this is being competitive play. They are definitely gonna be talking those over beforehand, but it does come down to execution sometimes. So I guess we'll have to see to who comes in cleanest for today. Will it be Dusty Roots or will it be their Brazilian counterparts in Yawara?
Well, it seems that we actually have the match live, so what about we stop yapping for a second and jump into the action to see actually how it goes as we see those kills coming in right now as we just jump into the fight. And also, I mean, I have to mention this, Dust 2, like I'd always say, yes, it's all about how you actually feel on that one and how many hours you actually have on that map for each individual player, but honestly, also numbers are helping out Yawara on that one too, because they haven't played as many maps as Dusty Roots. I mean, Dusty Roots has had 9 maps already on the past 3 months, but from those 9 plays they had on that one, it's only a 33% win rate. Compare that to a 60% win on 5 maps coming in by Yawara. I mean, those are looking like better odds in that case, a little bit less experience, but still a much better performance overall. So just a couple seconds as we wait to see what happens, and we can already see Revolts with the duelist. He's getting strong on those, and we have 4 Kevlars, okay, for pretty much the Yawara team. That is gonna be huge against the pistols coming from Dusty Roots, which of course are gonna be none other than the probably P250s and also just the Glocks. We just need to wait a couple seconds while everything gets ready over here. But oh my, this is gonna be a very interesting match. I think, well, Roy, let's make a little bit of a bet over here. What do you think is going to happen on the first round of this game? Is it going to be sneaky-beaky-like plays? Are they going to just take their time and try to go for those picks? Or are they just going to go all in on those pistols and go Wild Wild West all the way?
I'm hoping, honestly, for Wild Wild West. Though, given the skill that these guys have, I'm not sure that they're going to be attempting those, full W type of plays right off the rip, you know? Perhaps they're gonna be testing the waters first, and then once they do get a measure of their opponents, they are finally gonna be feeling more comfortable in going for those type of super aggressive plays. But right now, Dusty Roots, it is up to them to dictate the pace of how this one goes, and they're trying to make the first big steps, especially Mexico here towards the outside. A lot of progress already. A couple of shots missed at first, however, manages to pick it up there onto Nardes. Let's see revolts, though. Those dualies, we know just how much damage they can cause, and they are in for a bit of a ruckus right here, and exactly because of that, turn around the corner and find yourself a nice price.
Alright, those duelists actually paying off as he gets a triple kill for himself and already dealing so much damage against Dusty Roots' squad. Only 2 players alive, and of course Tom with only 15 HP. He's gonna be forced out of that position, try to do something different. And watch out though, because there is 1 player on heaven and he can actually pick you up either when you start going forward or if they actually find out exactly where you are. 1 player just still waiting patiently to see if he can pick up the player with the duelist though. Just keeping an eye on sight, making sure that the CT force is not going to come out of there from one cheeky corner, get that kill. But as Tom starts moving towards radio, this is looking rough for Dusty Roots already. We all know, ooh, here comes the fire. There it goes. Beautiful kill coming in by MaxCore. Gets Revolt's head. He actually deals against the duelist. Tilly D on the other side takes him down, but MaxCore is out of the equation, and the beautiful refrag as Teledi gets that kill against Tommy. That is going to be the round for Yawara, the first one, ladies and gents, and that just means that the CTs are going to have the upper hand from the beginning of the match, and Teledi with the M4 is going to deal huge damage on the second one.
Dusty Roots not quite obviously threading on dangerous waters, as it is only the beginning portions of the map. However, I do think further down the line, it is really going to come down to whether or not they can find, at the very least, you know, about 5 or so of their tier rounds, and then find a good pace to set themselves at. And from what we've seen, Yawara came ready to duel, man. I mean, calling out the position from Dusty Roots so well, especially we saw what Revolts could do with those dualies, and what he is going to continue to do with that money maker right there. Keep him coming towards his way. Finally, some retribution gonna come his way, but not before sending most of Argentinian forces straight to the grave.
Well, it's really hard to deal against those MP9s when they play so aggressively just around the corners. Just like that, that's a lot of money on the pocket, honestly. The SMGs, they're gonna pay off until he gets the last one with the M4 against MaxCore. That's just gonna be the second one for Yawara. Pretty much expected, as it usually goes after winning the pistol round. But those kills with the MP9, yep, they are gonna mean a little bit of an upgrade. Now Revolts has the FMS as well as stacks, but it seems that Nartis actually wants to keep the MP9 for himself as well. There is no reason to actually swap that, as Dusty Roots right now don't really have any money left since they chose to go with the Tech 9s of the previous round. Now they're pretty much gonna have nothing. That's gonna be a 3rd round probably for Yawara already. On the 50 side, kind of expected. Wonderful play by Nartis, playing aggressively, but the refrag is right there from Fraguti, actually getting that kill with the Deagle. Well, he makes sure finally goes down. They do have the upper hand on the outside as well. Beautiful, another frag coming in, and just 1 player on silo with the Deagle, scouting out, trying to see if he can actually find a head to blow up. But already down to 46 HP and 62 for 1962. Oh, just a little bit of patience for both. I mean, they don't really just want to give this one away. They got the Eagles. They can actually pick them up if they are lucky. They just want to wait for the chance to actually get at least 1 more kill, but the enemy has been spotted, and Teledi is definitely going to be the one winning that duel against the other one. So Maxer is at a very tough spot. Ooh, missed shot from the Deagle, and that just probably means he's going to be started. Yep, he was going to be chased down until he takes another frag for himself. That is 4 already, only on this round alone. That is a huge advantage that Yawara has against Dusty Roots. But Roy, now is the moment in which things will definitely go different, as it seems the T-Force finally gets those beautiful AK-47 powers.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you gotta be empowered by that, and just to touch upon what just happened, I think there was an idea right there. Dusty Roots were definitely playing for the trades. They know that maybe there is not much more progress that we can make, but at the very least, make it as tough as possible for Yaguara to make anything going. At the end of the day, doesn't happening, but you know, it is just the way that things go sometimes if you are starting off on the wrong foot. But perhaps back to the right footing here for Dusty Roots. Constant damage onto Teledi. We've seen just what this man can do. Actually, he has yet to die during this appearance. And unlike Zhao, who has yet to die and to take a single frag, this man has been an absolute tear. Zhao gonna be looking to slow down this approach coming in from the terrorist forces right here. And yep, Cedric is getting quite busy over here. Occupants, I think it's been overbeared right here. Zhao, though, continues to retreat, does his thing. 1962 gonna take the first challenge, knows that there's likely to be someone to the other side, and Fraguti was always there to cover for his boy as well. So excellent coordination coming in from Dusty Roots. Though they're not quite out of the bag there, to be certain. I mean, Nardes and Teledi, they could be putting up quite a bit of a show. Though it is even less likely by the second that ends up actually happening, as now they know, well, approaching towards A gonna be a very nasty ordeal. So if you're Yaguara at this point, you are perhaps setting your sights in a bit more of a passive play. If you can, just find safe haven towards the outskirts of the map and try to, you know, live the rest of your time for this round at the very least right there without much of a hitch. I mean, this AWP is sure to come in handy if they manage to keep their hands on it. But obviously, Dusty Roots gonna try to give chase to them. And indeed, at the very least, managing to do a little bit more than that. Not of this, so seems like he's not gonna be aggressed on by the very end. So at the very least, getting something out of that one. But I have to say, it is a good bounce back coming in from Dusty Roots, showing us what they can do once they start to get on board first, once they are actually able to gain some progress throughout the map. I mean, those two frags towards Hell were absolutely massive right there. And, well, it pays off great.
Yeah, the appearance of the AK-47 actually allows Dusty Roots to take that round for themselves, and also the AWP quite unable to shine on that round as well. Let's just hope that this one can actually go different for Yaguara, though, as now they know what to expect from the enemy. They start moving forward, a little bit of an aggressive play coming from the CTs on the outside. Be careful, though. MaxCore is taking point on Silo. But it seems that the T's actually decided to go inside instead. Here comes just a little bit of utility, making sure that they can take the attention of the enemy. But they're patiently waiting. Stacks and Joe, they know what to expect from this T-Force. Of course, it seems that Dusty Roots, Dusties, they really want to play it safe. And they don't want to give their lives away without at least getting a few kills for themselves too. Or, even better, they just want to make sure that they can play around with the enemy's head. And then just get the round with that bomb planted. Beautiful, there it is, first blood. However, Joe actually answers with the refrag over there. Takes down Tommy. Okay. But this is gonna drive some attention, actually. Ooh, AWP, Nardes, first line of defense. Takes that kill against Toto, pushes back, and repositions.
Beautifully done. Nardes has been maneuvering around the map like an absolute weasel. And that slipperiness is sure to pay off. And not only that, but a deadly one at that. Different type of beast, perhaps, that he is attempting to be. Welcome to challenge once again. Teledi not going to be slowed down by that. This man on double digits already. Look at him go. Only taking a single fall during that previous round. And I guess you could say there was nothing to be done about that, given the approach that was coming in from Fraguti. However, now a very different story. Yaguara back on top. Though, of course, Dusty Roots, they're not going to be scratching the the bottom of the barrel right there, as they did have plenty of money to continue to fight. But that situation could definitely change, and if that actually happens, if Yawara get this one, we could be seeing, well, a bit of a submission play, you know? Put them down and keep them on a chokehold. Don't let them go would be the plan that Yawara try to bring to the table here. Of course, this is still their CT rounds, even if early or not. I mean, some advantage to be gained from that. I think Nardes definitely caught a glimpse of where the players coming in from Dusty Roots were trying to head towards the outside. The first one to cross the other side of the road, first chicken to make it to the other side of the road is going to be Tommy. He is expected, and that is not going to be an easy approach.
Oh, good entry coming in by Tommy. He finally goes down, but not without taking a kill for himself. Stax actually gets that one on the end, but the damage has been dealt. There's 2 players down, though, from Dusty Roots. And Maxcore with the AWP should be able to deal a lot of damage as well. Also, I mean, we did put the spotlight on Teledy, and look at him, just like you mentioned, already double digits, 10 kills for himself. So this man is working wonders for Yawara. Now, we only have 45 seconds, so be careful, Rebels.
Oh.
Yeah, he's pretty much forced to actually drop that molly on that spot. Oh, but look at that. Teledy pushes forward aggressively. But a little bit of the same medicine. Nardis takes a kill for himself, and Stax actually catches the enemy off guard. It was none other than Toto already out, and this just puts Maxcore once again on the spotlight, as he's the last player alive from the T-Force. Against 3 players, he could probably get 1 kill, but this is going to be really, really hard. The enemy does not quite know exactly where he is positioned, though. Oh. That could have gone nasty really quick, but he actually decided to pull back. There is no reason for the CTs to actually start fighting right here. I mean, timer is already out. So they just want to make sure they do not lose any money, because, boy, CT side is really expensive, huh? You don't want to lose your weapons, and also there is a free AK-47 in the hands of Stax.
It's like reaching adulthood. You realize you actually have to pay money for things, though. It is the way the world works, I guess, and, well, CT side works much like that in that same avenue, but look at that. I mean, so far, we've seen the efforts from Yawara come to fruition a little bit better. We've seen the plays from Dusty Roots that have a type of success that is not long-lasting, unfortunately. For example, like you pointed out, that entry from Tommy, yes, he finds a chink in the armor, however, immediately refragged, and that just goes to the excellent positioning that Yawara is playing with. And perhaps that is also a bit of a glimpse of what we are going to be seeing from this Brazilian roster once it's time for them to go into aggression, because they have been showing an excellent pace at their defense, and they're continuing to do much more of that. Of course, easier when your opponent has mostly pistols in hand, and the cleanup is sure to be coming their way. Let's see if Tommy can at the very least get a little bit of revenge. If we're not gonna save the round, at least we'll avenge it, he says, but no. Not even gonna get to do much of that. Revolt's the only casualty for the CT side. And the rest of them looking chipper as ever. So now I guess we can call it a lead, and one that could be getting a little bit worrisome.
Well, that's a 5-round advantage already for Yawara. Pretty much expected on the CT side, definitely. But also, I mean, I do have to give it to them. They have been doing a really good job on the defense. So like we mentioned as well. Next map is also going to give them a little bit of advantage on the CT side on Inferno. We might have a little something going on. Tommy actually pushes out of the smoke, takes down Nardis on Big Red. CT's in a rotation, going for the B side instead. We're already smelling something happening. Tommy answering perfectly, takes down Revolt, stacks with the refrag. Goes down the stairs, actually getting into position once again because the T's... Oh, they actually do not decide to go into B. And once the whole CT team actually just went ahead and went into B side, pretty much left the A side for free, but Teledy is right there to actually stop the Maxcore from the side, takes him down with the Galil, and just like that, there is no more defense. The bomb gets planted, and now it's all down to Joe and Stacks. They actually saw one player over there, if I'm not mistaken.
Not an Nozzle at the very least.
The clock is ticking against the CTs. I mean, they gotta be fast. That's a 3v2. Molly is gonna stop Joe. Not quite able to get into heaven. So I think this one, we can already call it a round for Dusty Roots unless a miracle happens in a very close time. Which it does not look like it, because Toto plays aggressively, takes one kill, Stacks also with the refrag as well. But that is just a round for Dusty Roots. Stacks is going to have a hard time if he wants to clutch that with no time left. I mean, there is no reason for him to actually try to fight back. Just wait of the position and tries to survive.
Beautifully done by Dusty Roots at the very end. And it all comes from that play from Maxcore, right? Like, they are getting gunned down, but hiding and lurking about for just a second. Let's call it patient play right there. Ain't no shame in that. And the worst part, I believe it was fatality at that point, is that he knew that there was very likely somebody going to be hiding behind him, but you just have to go at that point. You don't have the numbers, and the T's flowing straight from heaven. I mean, at that point, you're running out of options, and having to make a play call like that, Maxcore finally decides to pull the trigger, and that enables that victory for his squad, and the rest is history. And also, I have to say, I mean, that hold at the very end is beautifully done, making use of that molly as well to burn as much time as possible. And Yawada tried to scrap by, it was just not meant to be. Though that 5-round lead now turns into only 4. Still, the cushion has not been, chipped away enough for Dusty Roots to start feeling any sort of comfort. Though, I think for their efforts, at the very least, you can say and you can start seeing perhaps a bit of a boosting confidence, and that could definitely go a long, long way for them.
Seems we're gonna have a very, very slow round for now. How about we just go ahead and enjoy what little time we have before the bloodshed actually starts. Look at that, actually spotting just above the gun over there, Toto. Getting that kill. Utility, of course, actually answers. He gets a kill on Hut. And just like that, things are pretty much equal between two teams. Oh, enemy spotted. So I did not quite land those shots. Yeah, he's gonna push back. No reason to actually push them. I mean, the whole team is right there. Plays it smart. You just need to hold off. It's 50 seconds. As much pressure as they can put on the T side, I mean, that is always gonna help them out. Because when the T start rushing in, things are gonna get ugly, but they can also make a lot of mistakes.
Very careful approach. Every nook and cranny being checked right here. Tom doesn't want to leave any stone unturned at this point. And time is of the essence, so the T's are going to have to start getting even more proactive right about now. Problem is, they were being expected. The refrag onto Teledy, though, does come in, and in one fell swoop, they managed to make it happen. Incredibly well done. It's through killing at the very end, but it's not like there wasn't an opportunity right there. So good coverage coming in from the side of Dusty Roots. And Yawada, they were expecting that, but I guess they were not ready for the heat.
I am incredibly surprised about, in this case, Stacks actually not really doing anything against the player that took out his teammate. He should have answered with that. Just a quick flick, a couple shots, and that would have been more than enough. You can actually go back into the position you were. There was one player in Hut, and he was actually just hoping to pick that one up, but doesn't even look around for to help out his teammate, or at least get that kill on the revenge. But, well, I mean, just like I mentioned, mistakes happen. Maybe they were just feeling a little bit too overconfident, as the timer was already helping them out. But in the end, Dusty Roots gets that around for themselves. Joe, beautiful shot against MaxCore, actually winning that one. He's got a friend with him, so definitely feels confident as well. This just puts Tommy once again on the spotlight, 1 player against 3. And I cannot believe this is gonna happen. I mean, Jawara just pretty much echoed Dusty Roots. We've seen so many of those. I mean, not on this match, definitely, but it's certainly bound to happen. More than one would actually want it to happen, to be honest.
It's looking like the main possibility right now, however. Due to the fact that Thomas still has the bomb on the move. Things could still go his way, of course. Jawara are going to be holding hands right now. No reason to leave your buddy behind. And of course, Tommy's going to have to be extremely careful about how he approaches this situation, as he is definitely running out of time now. He's going to be expecting approach to be coming from the hallways, and he gets gunned down immediately. Of course, like I mentioned, it was the more likely outcome. But there was an idea right there, unfortunately, unable to turn it into a reality there if you are Dusty Roots. So 7-3, the lead has been secured for Jawara, and well, given how ugly things can get for the T's at times whenever their opponents get away in the lead, I think having as big of a cushion as you can heading into your own T side is definitely going to be a bit more reassuring here for Jawara.
Well, that was certainly a very interesting round, to say the least. And also definitely not expected. Not a good one for Dusty.
No, not at all.
He also ended up just pretty much giving 2 free AK-47s to the enemy. That was more than enough. I should get the last player alive. Also, I mean, they could have actually played it on a one-on-one, one on each side, and played it for a 50-50, but they took the right decision. They actually, just like you mentioned, I mean, no reason to leave your buddy behind. So they go together, and it actually works out perfectly for them. Extremely well done. Now 7 rounds against 3. And I think that's still pretty good, actually, for Dusty Roots. I mean, 3 rounds on the T side, that's nice. That's okay on Nuke. If they could rack up this one at least, or maybe 2 of them, I mean, that would be the best case scenario. Oh. Okay, lots of damage. Another kill comes in. Now this outside with the AWP. And of course, Teledi out here delivering as Stax finishes the job from above. Bullets find their target. And just like that, Jawara takes another round for themselves. Kind of expected as well. Dusty Roots really didn't have anything to actually fight against it. But in the last round of the first half, I'm sorry, it seems that Dusty Roots are finally going to have a little bit of firepower. They got the AK-47s as well as a couple Galdils. Need to get the best out of that. Playing aggressively in the CT side, okay.
Interesting.
Well, so many frags coming in so fast. And once again, that strategy about just getting himself on the bench, it didn't work out for one time. I mean, they spot him, and they know there's always a player in there, so of course they're just gonna shoot right through the bend and get that kill. Hey, I mean, that's not a really smart thing to do. If you know one player really likes that spot, why would you send him again? If you know the enemy already knows that strategy, right?
And perhaps just trying to force their way in, but brute forcing it doesn't quite work every single time, like you said. And, well, a respectable showing at the tail end here for Dusty Roots. Of course, it's not like it's a good outcome for them, but good enough, I guess. It's the definition that we could be getting, especially if they get their right start here for their CT rounds. But if Jawara managed to take off, I think these 2 next rounds are about to come in very heavy to the tally, unfortunately, here for Dusty Roots. If that is being the case, of course, that is not yet decided. MaxCore putting those dualies to great use, and it is getting bloody towards the outside of our building right here. And that is not a pretty sight if you're Yaguara. 1962, the only one that has taken any damage so far here for the side of the Argentinian squad. Yaguara, can they make it happen? Yes, but will they? That remains to be seen, as is not going to be an easy approach whatsoever. First smoke at the very least to keep Max Core at bay, trying to bait him out of the move, and excellently done by Revolts. No way, none of this also gonna follow suit, and all of a sudden the situation flipped on its head, and worst possible outcome has maybe come in a reality here for Dusty Roots, who had a good setup at a moment, but smoking a couple of bullets couldn't change that. And talking about a couple of bullets, heading up the 1v2, but unable to clutch it out. Nardis and Revolts, I mean, pretty much being the one to punch all on their own, and they've been having a stellar nuke so far. As a matter of fact, they may just be taking their team into their first map victory here, and well, that could definitely go a long way, because let's not forget, this is the pick coming in from Dusty Roots.
Oh man, you can tell that Nardis got really, really excited and really nervous at the last kill he actually got right there in HUD. I mean, he was just spamming that Glock, hoping for the rounds to actually not land against the enemy. Just crouching and hoping that he wasn't gonna get headshotted just like his friend. In the end, it actually works out, but it was a good round for Yaguara, but still kind of messy, to be honest. Now they are going to have firepowers, maybe with the rifles. They are definitely going to feel a little bit more confident. They are playing on nuke, and now they are on the losing side, if you want to call it that. I think that the advantage isn't that big. Dusty Roots does have a big chance of actually winning this. It's 5 rounds, but definitely doable on a city-sided map like nuke. Of course, they do not have any weapons, so Revolts right here could actually... Okay, he does go aggressively, takes a beautiful double. Look at that. Takes the player on heaven.
Holy.
Just looks back right on time. 1, 2, 3, 4 for this guy. That is all it takes for Yaguara to take the round. Expected, definitely, against unarmored enemies, but yeah, that little transfer was beautifully done. Nice round for Yaguara, and just like that, they actually reached the double digits already. Well, it's looking a little bit harder now for Dusty Roots, to be honest.
I think if you're just going to be talking about the numbers here for a second, Yaguara, I mean, Revolt's and Telity are both on double digits, pushing towards 20 perhaps, and I don't even know if they're going to get there, or if their teammates are going to give them a chance to do so, just because they're... may really not be that much game left if this pace continues for the Brazilian squad. Portuguese looking to prevail here, and Toto has to be forced to retreat. 59 though putting in a great deal of damage. Tommy also coming in to help the cause. In one fell swoop, Dusty Roots are able to answer back. Power of being able to set up in a bit of a safer spot, and Dusty Roots will take every penny of that straight to the bank. And like you said, it's still very, very doable for a comeback right here if Dusty Roots are able to keep Yaguara's economy at bay, especially after a round victory during this number 16. It could be very, very big for their efforts at a comeback. Though, of course, they're gonna have to be shooting straight, and well, as of right now, they are doing exactly that.
Well, that was a great frags with the AWP. Honestly, a lot of damage dealt, and especially fear inflicted. Look at that aggressive coming in. Nardis, of course, takes down Toto as the flames were right on it. But we only have Nardis with 13 HP, the bomb, an AK-47. And Joe just pretty much lost already right here, pretty much alone and hot with no weapons, nothing for his own. I feel like he just wants to go for the picks. Once that he actually knows what the enemy is doing, but that bomb needs to be planted too. allow for the money plant to go in. Max Core takes down Joe as he was trying to move forward. Takes a little bit too long, Nardis. I mean, he's so low and he has everything against him, but yeah, there he goes. Even if he knows he cannot really clutch it, he's gonna make sure he gets that money. Finds the enemy. Of course, one bullet's gonna be more than enough, and it actually lands against his head. Well, Dusty Roots takes another round. CT-side, really good stuff. Like I mentioned, closing that advantage a little bit further.
Crucial for the efforts of Dusty Roots, like we previously mentioned. As now, well, I mean, Yawara could have been in a worse spot. At the very least, getting that money plant gonna ameliorate some of those wrongs here for the side of Yawara. But this lead could be getting thinner and thinner by the second, especially from what we've seen right now. Though we've seen plenty of teams get ecoed in our time, that much is certain, so I'm not gonna count them out quite yet. However, okay, I was gonna say a lot of damage is gonna be coming their way. However, Tom ends up falling right up the rib. Oh, the shot comes through. Incredibly done right here. Even if it's just damage, serves to scare them off. Most of them managed to make it back down quite a bit. Getting ready for the challenge. I mean, every single penny can count. Every had been taken off the counter right here. Would go a long way. Pray from Fraguti. And just taking it patient at a moment. They know that Yawara are going to be sticking it out together. Their power is in their numbers. And at the very least, they have not managed to get their hands in any weaponry that Dusty Roots were sporting right now. Toto somehow surviving that incredible onslaught. And they take plenty of damage, but they continue to deliver. And didn't I say that we see teams get ecoed all the time? Is this really gonna happen?
Well, at least the money plant falls in. And now the clock is ticking against the CTs. That nade was really, really close to actually taking them all out, but he just barely scratches them, allowing them to survive, getting the side, get that bomb planted. Of course, the AWP shot is gonna fall in, taking down Teledy out of the equation on this 2v3 situation with no HP left. These guys can definitely still feel proud about it. Here comes the shot from the AK-47 and right through the door as well. No HP to actually survive that. No firepower to actually fight back. Nothing left to do. Still really well played by Yawara nonetheless. Those Deagles were intimidating from the beginning and allowed them to get into sight, get that bomb planted, and probably have a better chance on this one as they're gonna have their own weapons for a chance of getting those rounds and just getting closer to the 12th round, because oh boy, at this point Dusty Roots is already closing every single time, slower and slower on the scoreboard. So 7 and 10, they need to make sure that they get this game as fast as possible. Yawara, you cannot allow your enemy to breathe. Beautiful shot from Nardis. That is first blood already at 1 minute and 30 seconds.
And I was gonna say, Yawara are going to need to bring that big Deagle energy towards this round now that they are at full power, right? Because those AKs definitely could come into play. We already saw what they can do with only Deagles in hand, and that was one hell of a close round. And yeah, it was at the tail end, we knew it was very likely that they were not gonna be coming out on top, but nonetheless, it was a great effort, and like you mentioned, it does allow them to set up for success during this time. Now, Toto having a chance to stop that, he's gonna take quite a bit of a beating. Doesn't really matter to him, and Tom also pulling the trigger at the right time. Now that this continues on his onslaught. Problem for Tommy and Toto is that, I mean, they're quite lit up already, and Stacks could be putting him out of commission both, and that is exactly what is going to happen. Yawara, they do not hesitate, and this is the same momentum that they're gonna look to carry towards victory in our map number 1.
Getting closer and closer. Yawara around number 11 for themselves. And this could be the one they need just to make sure that in case things go south really quickly, which could definitely happen, as they are on the losing side of the site. tourist force. Gonna have to take every single one they can. Flash is coming in, but it actually does not really work against Revolt. However, Max Score, all the way from Garage, actually takes a beautiful shot. Though 2 of them. Wow, the T-Force definitely annihilated here. What happened? They were having a really good time, especially working as a team, but the CT side just destroyed them as they don't really look into every single spot, and those shots also started missing from the AK-47. They got a little bit too nervous. They're too close, I think, and they're starting to make mistakes. This is going to go costly for them. As you can see, they have no money, and now they're just going to go with the AK-47, probably. Nope, yep, exactly. Yeah. They're just gonna go with the Tech 9, so they need to make sure that they can close it on the next one.
Yeah, thinking long term right here. There is no other way about it for Yawara. Unable to capitalize on their early success. Or on their earlier, I guess. Because it was only on last round. As they have been getting pinned down by Dusty Roots, who are looking to make this one happen. You shall not catch us off guard twice over, they say. So it is back to mostly Tech 9s here for Yawara. We've seen exactly what they can do with pistols, and they are a deadly bunch, to be certain. Excellently done there by Zhao. However, here comes the cavalry, the reinforcements. Make it there in time to make sure to avoid disaster, or do they? Because none of this is tearing them apart completely. No way, that misses out. That could have been so big. That would have been the setup on the 2-on-2. However, no way. Dax almost getting timing onto that approach. Max was not exactly in the best possible of spots. I mean, no rapid fire to his name right there, so he's gonna have to bail out Raguti. And Max are gonna have to be looking for each other's backs as Stacks, though. It is a pistol and a dream for him, and I don't know if it's gonna be a long-lived dream in such a fashion. It could have been. Oh my god. Ain't no way that this is as close as it has been, or it feels like it, even though we know the overwhelming advantage. It should be coming in from Dusty Roots, and finally, after a couple of scares, they get it done. I mean, that could have gone really ugly for Dusty Roots, but mad props to them for sticking it out till the very end and not losing their cool whatsoever.
Able to survive. And now we got the 11 and 9 on the... But still, Dusty Roots fighting back. CT-sided map, man. I need to wait what happens until it actually ends. This is not over until it's over. Miracles happen. Woo, especially in Counter-Strike. Look at that. Beautiful. Amazing from Toto. Almost a triple. 9-62 takes that final kill, but that's a lot of damage. And the T-Force is pretty much out of the equation already. Annihilated, decimated, and also intimidated. They are forced to push back and try something else. Because it's only 2 players against 5. We can pretty much already give this one to Dusty Roots.
We have a game. We have a game in our hands. And Dusty Roots looking to have the chance to fight on even grounds, keep Yawara pinned down at only 11. So close, yet so far for the Brazilian squad. I mean, they were looking so good on CT, but this is just how things change once you hit it. A different type of beat. Ooh, narrowly surviving that one. Not as expecting the drop. He's gonna commit. He has to at this point. Gotta win that one out. Doesn't react fast enough to Toto's approach, and Stacks managed to make it there in time. Well, he was in no position actually to try and support his boy. And so in a 3v1, it was always gonna be facing very tough odds for the side of Yawara. So Dusty Roots now looking alive and looking to continue putting up that good fight. Got a massive lead, or what was looking to be a massive lead, and now reduced to only 1. And Yawara, well, I don't think they're gonna get to stand their ground in the way that they might have liked.
Yeah, it's looking more and more doable, to be honest. Aggressive entry with that nade. Oh, but look at that. That flash pretty much saving that player, but 962 is going to answer. Max score with the AWP taking a beautiful double. Now they actually play aggressively, but the Tech9 is going to take down Nardis. And just like that, whips up a very beautiful triple kill for himself and just annihilates Jawara with only one player left with a 50-50 in hand. I don't think he's going to be able to do much, though. Yeah, finally goes down. Only a pistol is all it takes. 1962. Taking a double for himself. Full house, ladies and gents. And now, we got the tie. This is such an important round. I mean, Dusty Roots. Whew. I think they might actually come out on top on this one.
It is looking more and more likely by the second. Not only are they playing with all the momentum, and on the favored side, but also, I mean, a extra boosting confidence knowing exactly what they have done so far. I mean, perhaps this was the plan all the way from the beginning. Just get as much as you can. 4 is enough for their T efforts. They might have liked to keep things a bit closer, but nonetheless, they knew what they were capable of. And so victory may be waiting for them on the other side of the aisle. But right now, it is Max Moore enabling that for his team. Not as though finding the right answer. The dreams alive here for Jaguara. Like I said, if Dusty Roots want to put up a fighting chance, it has to be here. It definitely has to be here. The stats do not favor them on their opponent's pick. So, this comes their way. Perhaps we are looking to have a long match for ourselves to close out this day of competition. First, we're going to have to see what they can do. Dusty Roots, though, I think if they are able to play with the momentum, perhaps they may cause the quote-unquote upset, you know? Nonetheless, still, at even grounds, this is where you have to steel yourself to be as cold as ice to deal with exactly what's in front of you. Numbers on the favor of Dusty Roots, but time ticking against the CT cost already. Revolts evening things out, and not only that, but perhaps even more in their favor now. Looking to stand their ground, tense last moments, and getting a double for himself. Tommy buying a bit of a chance. However, Revolts only has to take aim, and 1962 only gets enough time to find the frag, but not the victory for their own. Jaguara avoiding a deadly situation for themselves and guaranteeing an OT at the very worst for them.
Yeah, tough time for Dusty Roots right now. I mean, they were really close to the previous one, but they just needed to be a little bit faster with those frags in order to be able to do anything at all. The bomb blows up, and that gives the round for Jawara now. It seems we are having at least the overtime secured in case that they're not quite able to clutch it up on this final round. Here comes utility, and now the plays from the T's. They seem like they want to play it aggressively. All the utility falling in, but be careful though. Max score with that AWP. We all know what he's capable of. Oh, look at that beautiful smoke dissipation with a beautiful shot, and also one right through the smoke, making sure he deals a lot of damage. And just like that, look at the T-forces are pretty much doomed. 3 players down. Bomb dropped on the ground. Of course, Narda's gonna pick that up. But oh my god, that's a 2v5. And the Galil in the hands of Joe. Well, I think we might be going into an overtime. And also, like Nardis, he is going to go to the left. There's one player, I mean, already on that spot. We've seen that happen over and over again. And Max Score is just going to get that kill. That has happened so many times. I think I've seen that like 4 times already. And they never play for that corner. I mean, they just go straight up for it. They get picked up. So yeah, there it is. We are going into an overtime, Roy.
And Dusty Roots, well, they were looking likely to, at the very least, reach this spot. Of course, they might have liked to do that sooner, because now their lives are going to be extending. And not only that, but Jawara will get the comfort of making it back to CT. So if anything, them forcing out quote unquote this OT, even though of course they got there first, but you know, given the nature of the map itself and how CT definitely plays a big role in how you develop your game plan. It's a bit tougher now. Dusty Roots are going to have to close it out. At the very least, they don't have to worry about their numbers being reduced to nothing, economically speaking. But it's still, it is not a pretty sight whatsoever. To their credit, though, and perhaps that is even more important than what I was saying earlier, is the fact that they've been playing absolutely on fire. However, Yawara, they take a deep breath, and they are looking on top of for the moment at first.
Well, good kill by Revolts. One of the things that I've seen that really affect Yawara, man, is that I've seen it happen 3 times already. That player on Garage, they actually never clear it up. And they always just go straight into the left. They just don't really smoke that area. They don't really play with the flashes. And they always get picked up by max score in that spot. They know there's a player there. Why aren't you dealing with that before you move forward? At least look outside going onto that position with your crosshair, so that you can pick up the player when you see him. But nope, they just don't do it. And also, the sprays, man, they haven't really been on point. I think that things are not looking good for Yawara because of those issues. And if this is something that's going to affect them on the next rounds as well, and also on the next map, I think that Dusty Roots could actually come out on top on the best of 3. Right now, Roy, we are down on very crucial moments as we got the 1v1 between Toto and Stax, but the bomb already planted.
Taking the alternative route here. Welcome to challenge. Takes aim, but misses that one out. Stax a big win for the Brazilian side. And a much needed bit of correction in how that was looking to go, because for a second it was not looking pretty whatsoever. But there was hope, and there was success as well. But perhaps not the final success that they might have liked. Though, of course, Yawara looking to regain back a little bit of that confidence that has been slowly tapped away from them, especially by those shots from Max Core, who has been on an absolute tear. I mean, you said it at the beginning. This was one of the main guys that we're gonna have to look out for, and Max Core fighting tooth and nail to make sure that his team doesn't quite bite the dust yet. They forced OT, and this man is going 26-12 to make this happen. So,
well, 5 nails in the coffin. We already got 1. Let's see if they can actually seal it. Pick up kill by Stax, actually patiently waiting. We got 3 CTs making the rotation. Bomb's gonna get planted right now. And let's see how this 4v4 develops on the retake situation. B-side unmute. This is gonna be huge. Already Maul is actually helping them out, and the smoke as well. Still plenty of utility. Flash doesn't work out. Beautiful. Kaladi takes a double kill over here. Fraguti, I'm sorry, does take one for himself, and another one as well right outside the doors. He's gonna go for the bomb. They need to defend. What is going on? The grenade, is that gonna be more than enough? Actually sprays through the smoke, but he can't find the player. How does that happen? He didn't even know exactly where he was located. Okay, so many things, man, happening, going wrong. What is that? I mean, that was plenty of utility on Yawara's team, and they didn't quite use it. Use it. You know the enemy is there. Just make some time.
oh, it's some delicious cheese. What's that line? Mama spaghetti?
Oh.
I mean, the knees were shaking, the palms were sweating for sure. It was...
He's nervous.
Yeah, definitely. There were a lot of nerves. That is exactly what I was getting at, so... I mean, that was a massive W there for Dusty Roots. That was an ugly situation, and perhaps it was looking like an ugly outcome, but a W is a W at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how you get it. In competition, no honor, no humanity whatsoever. The outcome is all that matters. And boy, that was a round. That's all I can say. But
Ooh.
right now, it seems like it has all but stopped away with Yawara we're working with, and now Dusty Roots looking to take us to a close. Though, like I said, they cannot rest in their laurels, because if they do fall asleep at the wheel here, Yawara, we've seen what these guys can work on CT. And yes, perhaps it was a bit of a tragic situation for them, just like what we saw. A bit of a chokaroo. But, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're Dusty Roots, still you have to put yourself in a winning position, you know? It's not like it was given to them for free. So, here they are now. They are going to have to capitalize onto it. 2 more to go for the Argentinian forces. Yawara looking to show us why this is a CT-sided map.
Now Dusty Roots with just a little bit of advantage, but playing on the T side. However, we do know they actually have a pretty good T side as well. So they could actually come out on top of this overtime right now, instead of actually having to wait for a second. Stacks, beautifully played, takes one down, but there it is, Fragotti with the refrag. Oh man, Stacks, you should have been able to do a lot more with that. Especially having a teammate in that spot. Maybe just a lack of communication? But still, that's 3 players down. As we actually reach 50 seconds on the clock, I think this is going to be a 35-second push, so G's definitely want to take their time. Smoke them off. It actually hurts.
Every second counts.
Yeah, timer's running short right now. They need to do something fast.
Okay.
I mean, you can't just give it away on an overtime. Not like this. 15 seconds. Oh, no way. That just
Oh, that is tough. That is so tough. Oh, that cost them the round for sure. Oh, man.
What am I watching? What just happened over there?
I told you, Mom Spaghetti.
I mean, I know that mistakes can happen, but maybe, I mean, just maybe. I feel like... I don't know, man. I just wanted to say, oh, Dusty Roots maybe just want to wait for the next one. But this is their pick. Of course, that's not their strategy.
Yeah,
they wanna just go... They should just go ahead and win the map. There's a reason why they picked it. And they still haven't been able to get this done. I was really rooting for them, pretty much. But, sorry for the pun right there, but I no longer know how I feel, nor what I'm thinking. This is just confusing in many, many different ways.
Knees weak, palms sweaty. There ain't much else to say about this whole ordeal. Though, to be fair, I mean, it could have been worse. This one may decide it all, as we could be heading to a second OT. And then it would be a situation in which Dusty Roots can bounce back to CT once again and finally close things out as perhaps they had planned out. Maybe Yawara will just get to do it right here and now. Here comes the Util Zhao in a crucial spot right there. Gonna show the right amount of discipline to get himself 2 frags. Gotta call out a bit more of what was going on right there nowadays. His aim is true. And now this is a very, very tough spot for Fragotti and Tommy. My words are choking out much. Like the efforts from Dusty Roots may be coming to a close here. It is gonna require a heroic effort. Funnily enough, even after that frag, it doesn't exactly feel like it's the end of it, but okay, look at this. I'm sure even doubt and Tommy about to catch the rotation, but yeah. I mean, you have to go for it if you're Nardis. 1 narrowly getting there just in the nick of time. Dusty Roots. They clean up what was going wrong right there. And for as much as we were doubting them, they still, well, you know, they pull it off. They are saying, okay, shut up, everybody. It's our time. It's our time. It doesn't matter what went through before. This is our game. Now, though, I am going to need some proof of life. I am going to need to see them actually close it out right here and now. Because, of course, they can fight for the extension, you know, and then take a bit more time. But that is mental energy that you're perhaps wasting. Because this is not the end of the line, after all. It's only map number 1.
Well, regardless of what happens, man, the problem is that the way they actually lost the other round, I mean, just mauling against their own team, those things are not going to be forgotten that easily. I mean, that's kind of humiliating one way or another. So even if they do end up winning, I think that everybody's going to agree that was a horrible mistake, and nobody's going to give them that much of a credit for the win. After what happened, I mean, they definitely need to start getting a little bit better. They need to be consistent. I think that's the problem. I mean, they are good players. Maybe not the best, but still, they do have something up their sleeve. But they need to start being a little bit more consistent. They need to make sure they can get those kills when it matters. And they need to make sure that they don't make those kind of mistakes. But still, aggressive entry coming in by Yawara. Beautiful smoke dissipation with the HE. And now I think that Revolts is gonna get this. Going for his team. Takes one down. One player in heaven. The bomb is planted though. They need to be fast. He's looking upwards. That smoke actually defends.
Oh, what?
Yep, the flash just pretty much gets the job done. And look at that. That's Yawara actually getting the round for themselves. Ladies and gents. Woof.
Like an OT.
Oh man, this is quite messy. But we're going into a second one. Hey, it's more CS, so a little bit more enjoyable, I guess. A couple of laughs here and there, a couple good shots. Sometimes they actually do land. It's enjoyable overall. I just hope that everybody's actually chewing some popcorn, because this is really, really interesting match.
I'm having a fun time over here, man. I don't know.
I feel like the Michael Jackson meme where he's just snacking on the popcorns, watching the movie while kind of laughing.
Yeah, the one from Thriller.
Yeah, exactly. That's just pretty much how I feel it right now.
I'm having a ball too, man. I mean, I don't know if that is the same type of enjoyment these guys are getting from this, though, because very fun to watch. Very tends to be played as, you know, this type of situations when you're in tournament like this, you're back against the wall. It is not as much fun as it might seem, though. Willing to bet these guys are remaining very, very cool right here. And that they better who will get to keep their mentality a bit more intact is the main question. These guys, all veterans, all tested through.
God.
Oh my lord, what the heck? Take this in the gut, huh?
Man, I'm telling you, just snacking that popcorn
he
right
got
now.
shanked. My man's got shanked.
I hope you're carrying a license for that knife.
Oh, brother.
Of course, that would only happen in the UK. Oh, nice. Revolt's getting beautiful double. They actually lined up for him right around the corner. Just like that, we have max score alive. The AWP against a 1-5. Oh boy. Somebody call the witch doctor, do some voodoo magic. right now, Dusty Roots, I think that's the only thing that's gonna save them.
We're gonna need more than magic at this point, man. We're gonna need an entire spell book, you know, to dissipate what has been going on. I mean, it's been so blessed at times and so cursed at others. Like, and on both ends too. Like, Dusty Roots has had that type of moment. Yaguara has had that type of moment. So
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's definitely like we were saying, we were like Michael Jackson, just enjoying some popcorn over here, but
Well, it's still pretty early in the tournament. I mean, this type of things are bound to happen eventually. And of course, at the beginning, it's mostly gonna be more consistent because of the. I mean, everything is starting to just get filtered up, and teams are just barely warming up as well. Like just learning a little bit about how to play with themselves. Also, like you mentioned, I mean, we do have new rosters. Every time like the tournaments actually start and new teams have the different rosters, they need to get a little bit used to how they play with each other and getting the callouts right for each other as well. It's not all about the how good you actually play with your teammate, but how well you communicate as well.
oh my lord. Yeah, Toto was not walking out of that one alive for sure. And you just all saw exactly what Zhao is capable of, and this boy dangerous.
Yeah, the jumping was incredible also.
Oh,
Just
man.
taking the crosshair away from the head.
Look at that. Clean. Excellently done. Of course, he had support at hand, It's not like he was alone in that effort. But nonetheless, like I said, executing under pressure is still a factor that you cannot take out of the equation. Just because of how tough it is to actually make happen. And oh, look at Stacks getting aggressive.
Oh
I
my
like this.
God.
Points the lineup. Looking like bowling pins. Oh my lord, they continue to fall like that, and now they can buy themselves some extra time. It is going to be a tough bounce back here from Dusty Roots. I mean, the aggressive play on the call-out. Yaguara had been saving that one for when they needed it. And,
It's interesting
moment.
because they know that that Dusty Roots right now is really nervous, so they're playing it a lot safer than usual on the T side, and they actually take the opportunity. Yaguara plays aggressively against them, and it works out perfectly because they know they're intimidated.
I see, yeah. No, makes sense. It totally makes sense.
Oh. Well, there we go. That's Yaguara getting so close already. Second half of the overtime, ladies and gents, but it's one round, all it takes for them to actually make it. Are they gonna be able to clutch it up on the T side? Stay tuned, because in just a couple seconds, we're about to see what happens as it all develops on the switching sides.
It could have been worse. That's my one takeaway from that play earlier from Stacks towards the outside. It could have been worse for Dusty Roots. But like you mentioned, Yaguara are gonna have to clutch it out in this impressive fashion, by the way, but on T side, which, I mean, they have not looked the best at. It's not like it's been a terrible ordeal for them, but it was much so lower effort whenever they were playing on T, so I think if Dusty Roots want to force their hand once again, this is their chance, but you have to start cleaning up, man. Those type of jittery plays, those nerves, they have to be a thing of the past, or this is it. Could be the end of the line for map number 1, which, I mean, we've been going at it for quite a while, and I think Yaguara are perhaps just wanting it to end, but this is a funny thing I heard a while, and I don't remember exactly from which esport it was, but there was a competitor that mentioned, well, a coach actually, that mentioned, if you want to win, you cannot be playing like you want the game to end. You just cannot be bringing that type of mentality to the game, or you're going to lose. And so if you're falling under the pressure of the situation, if you already want it to end, that's where the nerves come out. That's where the place that, you know, are a little bit questionable start to show off. And so if Yawara are able to keep their cool for one final effort, then this could still happen in their favor. Of course, we already seen this. Dusty Roots are great at playing on the defensive, so let's see what they can do here.
Well, Yawara finally actually smoked out the garage, but unfortunately they do not play towards it, so I don't really know exactly why they did that. But still, it's pretty early on the round, still 1 minute and 5 seconds left. AWP in Max Core's hands, it's gonna be deadly, we all know that. He actually wishes to reposition. G4's patiently waiting on radio. Want to make the push. But they are also playing with the enemy's head. Ooh, look at that, Tommy. Oh no, nobody's watching their back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's gonna be first blood and a huge one also. Of course, that's gonna make the T start moving forward, but that's a 4v5 already.
It is tough.
We also do have players on B side, so be careful about that. It's not gonna be easy to take it.
Times of the essence here. Fraguti takes aim and strikes through. We're gonna have to get very busy about it, but making it out of the staircase, it's a bit tougher of a situation right here. The coverage is needed. Okay, Revolts getting quick with it. Just narrowly at the end of the line, but the perfect nade to put him out of commission. And this is what I said. Dusty Roots have shown us time and time. And I can say time, I mean, a couple extra times there, if you catch my drift. But, I mean, they've shown us, without a shadow of a doubt, just how good they are on CT. Even when, you know, we've seen the nerfs, even with all that. So there is still a fighting chance here for the Argentinian squad. They're gonna have to keep up this type of pace, though, because they are, you know, treading on very dangerous waters right here.
I feel like right now, Yawara needs to call for a different strategy. Probably just play aggressively, rush into the enemy side. I mean, strategy must go out of the window. Just straight up go and play aggressively, because nothing they're doing is working on the T side. They need to at least use their numbers and the firepower to actually fight back. Just a couple flashes, run in, get kills, get that bomb planted. Because everything else that they have tried on that side, it just never really works. They're going into secret as a team with only one player just making some noise on A side, of course. Weird Molly being dropped, actually sign in. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh man.
Wump wump.
Come on. How's the sound? I don't have a. I need a soundboard, man. I need a soundboard for moments like this. That was so unfortunate. And the problem is that you're trusting on your teammate to hit that type of shot if you know that you're going to be pushing like that. Zhao, though, not giving up quite yet, but not really enough time to be playing with or to be hesitating. And, of course, Dusty Roots strike when it matters most once again. And, well, boy, have we seen this before. Where have we been witnessing this type of thing before? Let me tell you, ladies and gents, this does not feel like it's over. And like I said before, you cannot be playing like you just want it to end. You have to actually focus in, you know? Clear out every other thought out of your mind for a second and just focus on the game and what you are doing right here. Max Score, though, focusing on the offensive, and he's gonna miss. That is a very uncharacteristic miss out of him. Just, I mean, look at what type of numbers he's been dropping so far for his team. And at times, he's been the last bastion of defense, the man that tries to bring momentum to their side. And I'm not going to say he's letting them down, but that is the type of shot that you expect him to hit. And this just doesn't come to play. However, it's not all over yet, because Tommy is right here to try and pick up some slack. The refrag comes immediately, though. The tension is in the air. And they definitely smell something out. Good ears onto that one. You're very privy of the type of approach. Still plenty of time on the clock, though. So if you're Dusty Roots right now, you're trying to chip away at that clock for as much as you can. That is a beautiful throw out of Raguti. It may cost him his life, though. Indeed, that will be the case. He'll be blocking off the entrance from Hut. By the right side, that is beautifully done once again. This may just be it, ladies and gents. Revolt's gonna get this planted, and it is Max Gore against the world.
It's an AWP, so it's not gonna be easy for him, but he has a grenade in hand, so he could actually work wonders with it. He knows the enemy is low. He spots one on Heaven. He's gonna drop it. That's gonna seal the deal, definitely. And he's now down to a 1v1. He's got the pistol, but... oh, just like that, Jaguar actually gets that final shot, that final kill, and finally claims the point for themselves. Instead of going into a third overtime, they seal it, signed, sealed, delivered. Ladies and gents, that's going to be the first one for Yawara, and beating Dusty Roots on their own map. But oh boy, what a map indeed, 17-19. I was not expecting this to happen, especially not so many awful mistakes. Well, let's just hope that Inferno is going to be a lot better, as Inferno is a little bit of the same kind of a CT-sided map. Not as much as before, though, after the changes, but still, we might see a little bit of the same, because both teams are actually pretty good on the defense, and we all know Inferno is all about defense. So, what about, Roy, we jump into a small break, and we find out what happens on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Just a couple of minutes, as we need to see if Yawara will come out on top, as we jump into their territory now. Let's not forget, Inferno is their pick, so things are bound, well, at least I hope, to be different. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for patiently waiting as we were just getting everything ready for you and, of course, the players. But right now, Roy, well, after a very interesting match, if I do say so myself, on the previous one, which was Nuke, ending up at 19-17 between Yawara and Dusty Roots. We are jumping into enemy territory now. This one is going to belong to Yawara, and it's going to be none other than Inferno. So, what can we expect of this map? Of course, first of all, I do hope we are going to see a lot of action. Second of all, I think that Yawara is going to have a huge opportunity to actually come out on top on this one against Dusty Roots. Not only basing myself on the previous game, but also the fact that this is one city-sided map. These guys are definitely good playing on the city side. But also, I mean, statistics, they definitely give a lot of advantage to Yawara, so I am expecting them to overperform against, well, the guys from Dusty Roots, now that they also have a lot of, well, you know, weight on their shoulders because they have 1 point against themselves. It is very possible that we might not see a decider match, but of course, that is better said than done. Let's just see what happens as it develops on the battlefield.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that for sure. I mean, I agree. Like I told you in the preview to the match, I do think, as we are ready to jump into it, by the way, but like I was saying, Dusty Roots, for them to really have an opportunity to put up a fight, they needed to get the first W. Now it's going to be much tougher, but not impossible whatsoever. That doesn't mean that they are out of the picture quite yet. Yes, of course. I mean, yes, it was a loss, but it was very, very close. It was an extremely close ordeal, and that means that they can hang toe-to-toe pretty much at every single instance with Yawara. It's just that Yawara managed to clutch up, of course. Now the odds are stacked against them, at the very least during regulation time, so it is definitely up to the side of the Argentinian squad. Try and pull ahead and make something happen right off the rip, you know? Perhaps, yes, not as city-sided as it once was, but we've seen the type of confidence that Yawara bring it to the table when it's time for them to play as such. Raguti, though, closing in the distance. Zhao better be ready for it. And of course, Revolts is waiting at the corner. Oh, that was still a W for Tommy. However, the rest of the CT is getting cleaned up fast enough, and the approach, it was never going to be successful because Revolts and Stacks had that one lined up from both ends, from the balcony as well as from the other side of the box. So it was super tough to say the least, and that only even disregarding the time that was already a factor playing against Dusty Roots. So if you are a fan of Yaguara right here, then this is the type of start that you are absolutely expecting to see.
Be careful though, because firepower is one factor to take into consideration on the second round, as we all know. When the first one will give you an advantage, but we do see Dusty Roots with a little bit of the same. They got the MP9s, they got the Scout, and they also have, is that a Deagle or a bit to 50 in the hands of Toto? No, that's a 5.7 if I'm not mistaken. Well, one kill has already been claimed. That is first blood on the round, as it seems that the T-Force is moving towards B-side all through Banana. But they also have the AK-47 and a couple of Khalils, so those are going to prove themselves to be extremely strong. 1962 coming all around through the apartments. He's actually going to catch Mr. Rebolts off guard, taking that one for himself and grabbing the AK-47. That is a huge mistake that definitely shouldn't have happened. The bomb is going to get planted right here, cutting that timer short from 53 seconds to just a little under 30 right now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a 4v4, but honestly, I mean, in the hands of Dusty Roots, they took the AK-47. I would still already count that as a win, so there is no need to actually play for the retake right here. And yep, they actually do the smart thing. They just pull back and try to defend themselves, as they want to make it into the next one, having a much better chance to actually fight back against Yaguara.
Nice and easy does it. I don't know what else to tell you. There is not that much. There was never much hope for Dusty Roots at attempting that retake, so why really go for it and try to force the enemy's hand when you already have got a massive W in the form of not only getting Revolts out of the equation, but also getting his AK now into your pockets. And yes, the scoreboard may be looking low in the favor of Yaguara so far, but Dusty Roots, that is a much welcome addition to their firepower for sure, and especially now that, of course, they're still trying to establish their own economy to try to kickstart it even. It's it may go a long way for the Argentinian squad. Let's see how they do though. We see Yaguara attempting early approach towards Banana, just try to test the waters to the other end. Plenty of util, and they are about to get aggressive. That's a bit of damage that they did not want to take like that, but not forcing the issue whatsoever. Fraguti waiting for his opportunity to strike, and he waited just for the right amount of time. However, still, the T's answer back in spades. Not exactly the trade that Dusty Roots were looking for.
Already a couple casualties. Dusty Roots having a rough time. It's a 3v4. But it could be made pretty easily against Joe. Of course, the bomb needs to get planted still. So now the T4 starts pushing towards the A side. Instead, it seems like they don't really feel confident with Banana after what happened. One of the CT players is also starting a rotation on the other side, so it's not going to go unconfronted. Now that player is making its way into library, and oh my god, again? Seriously? What is going on here? Come on, guys, step it up. They're not even able to get the player on library either, and that shot, oh my god.
Oh,
well,
brother.
This is exactly how you give around the way and the advantage. Let's just hope that Rebels can actually get something done over here. He's got 6 seconds, gets that bomb planted. And now one player, he actually spots it, and there it is. Oh my god, thank you, Revolts. Thank you for doing the job for your team. As after that little cheeky self-kill, it was not looking good, to be honest.
You better be getting some royalties for that one. That is, you know, a meal at the very least. The rest of the squad gonna have to join up and give him an extra Christmas gift. I don't know what else to say, how to compensate that, but he definitely saved that one for Yaguara. And Dusty Roots, though, I mean, just narrowly not managing to get it done. Max for a man you can absolutely trust in such an instance. Oh, that A cheat dealing tons of damage towards Yaguara. Precision that we've seen. I mean, plenty of nade kills that we've had. Well, during our time in the mic here, and even though this was not meant to be one of those, that damage can only help Dusty Ritz further. Braguti now not an MP9 in his hands. It's gonna be the M4 instead. And waiting for his chance to strike. Of course, he has a bit of coverage coming in from Max Core. It's gonna be one right after another.
Nice.
Again. Zhao. Oh, that is beautifully played. I mean, waiting around for his opportunity to strike and getting it done. Max Core tries to press the issue a bit further. A shot to the dark, but he's gonna have to reposition immediately. Zhao decides to buy a bit of space for his team. The CTs are closing in from the other side, so this is not like Yawara can take a breather, even if this bomb is gonna be going down.
Yeah, and the lurker actually got lurked on. For some reason goes down. So we now have the 3v3. Two of them are so low in HP. There is no HE left. Just a couple shots would be more than enough. I mean, Joe is one bullet away. They actually do take him down, but Stacks actually with the refrag defends perfectly. There is one player just around the corner, and there is one player right through the smoke. Oh, that HE is actually going to dissipate. Deals a little bit of damage as well, and Stacks finishes the job. All right, beautiful double, allowing Jawara to get a 4th round. And on the T side, I mean, this is getting big already, quite fast.
Yeah, like you said, it's on T. That's the worrying part about what we are seeing right now. I think that they got the jitters out in that round that Revolts manages to clutch, and now they're playing in unison once again. I mean, you saw that get the cleanup, reposition immediately, make the play call, execute on it, and perfectly done at that. So you could not have asked for a better outcome right there from Yawara, even after taking early damage, even after everything, you know, doesn't exactly go as planned. Oh, the spray doesn't quite gonna work out for him, or Stacks, sorry, on a second time. Not managing to convert that into a double, but nonetheless, progress is progress, and he did manage to keep his life. Smelling something fishy going on. 1962 gonna pop that smoke swiftly. I mean, every frag that Dusty Roots can take, they'll head with it straight to the bank, but fortunately for them, Stacks does manage to survive. Look at how things are going right now. Closing in on Boiler. Now we're going to be staring at them. The right move it is from 1962. Getting aggressive with it. Closing in the distance with those SMGs. They're definitely their right goal to make. But that is not going to deny the chance for Yawara to still get this on motion. Problem is, if you want to approach here, you'd rather do it at full power. It is a couple of AKs in the hands of Dusty Roots now, so definitely things can still go south for Yawara, who are in a bit claustrophobic. Yo!
Okay, they actually make it work out. That is perfect. Beautifully done. And Revolt, so I mean, goes out of there with only 12 HP. That's another round for Yawara already. Things are looking good for them. Honestly, I can tell this is really heavy for Dusty Roots. I mean, and they know they're having a rough time on the CT side on Inferno, and they know that they have a whole point against them. So if they lose this, I mean, they're not going to have a chance to claim it for their own. Best of 3 is going to go for Yawara. That little self-confidence that actually winning round after round after winning the previous game is only going to get them stronger and stronger. Already starting off with a beautiful kill, but now just perfectly plays it against Toto while he was trying to retreat from there. We now have the 3v4. Of course, well played, just dropping a little bit of utility, making sure he can actually pull back. Regroup with his teammate as they need to check for that position. There's still 2 players on Banana, so things are tough anywhere you want to see it. Oh, here it goes. Smoke dissipation. He's actually going to be caught off guard. There it is. Now, B-side has been cleared. They actually call it. 1962 takes down Tility and starts pushing forward, actually, trying to chase. He goes all the way around into the apartments. Bomb now gets planted. And just like that.
Ooh.
Yep.
Patience.
Well, Max could completely without a single piece of any kind of cover. Of course, he was gonna be taken down. Now 1962 just pushes back and tries to survive instead. He left his teammate to die for some reason. And he died in a pretty humiliating way, I'll tell you that. The bomb, of course, it's gonna blow up in just a couple seconds.
This is starting to get ugly.
Yeah, 6
We've
rounds
seen
already on the T side. That's huge.
That is more than big. It was a different thing when Yawara were playing CT at the beginning. Now, but it's the exact opposite thing. It's not boding too well. Dusty Roots, I don't know if they just completely burned all their energy during map number 1, because that was one hell of a battle. One in which, to be fair, they had great chances of coming back. And of course, Inferno is still a map in which you can make great comebacks. Don't get it twisted. I've seen some nasty stuff here in the South American region. Some 10+ round comebacks at this point, and with such a start, things could be boding well now for the side of Dusty Roots. Finally, try to take charge of the situation. Teledi, though, not gonna allow them to do so. That is nasty word coming in from the boy himself. Virtually, Teledi not able to claim the third as he has to expose himself, and that is gonna leave him open. Be victim from Fraguti. So Zhao still has a chance to put this one in the bank for this side of the Brazilian squad. He cannot get there fast enough, and finally gonna be slowing down for a second. I mean, you know exactly what is gonna be expecting you on the other end. And oh no, the wrong approach right there, Zhao, on the call out. I mean, it's not like it's gonna be a, you know, too uncommon of a spot, but still, you are taking a bet when you're playing the 1v1, and Dusty Roots, they bet and they lose. And, well, right now they are unfortunately losing big. Yes, it is a dire situation for them at this point. I mean, you let your position go potentially double digits right off the rip, and it's looking pretty curtains.
If Dusty Roots actually wants to have a chance, this is the time in which they need to react. They have to be fast about it, because Yawara is just completely dominating the game at this point on the T side. I mean, it's 7-0. There's still money in the hands of the Dusties, but I will see the T4s moving forward. 3 players actually, just about to move towards Smith. First line of defense. Ooh, 1962 gets taken down. 3 balls on the other side. Answering from the apartments. Takes down the player at sight. Just like that, the bomb is gonna get planted. Of course, the last 2 CTs on that spot are just gonna get out of there. Regroup with the last one.
Man. Getting uglier by the second. And with no real hopes of this changing pace, Yawara racking up 8 before the Roots can get even 1. Momentum completely sapped away from them, and in quite a nasty fashion at that. I mean, getting a little bit of revenge right here, but I mean, is it really even a moral victory at this point when you are suffering like this? Yawara, I have to say, they have been stellar at making it in. They find the entries, they are quick and effective with their approaches. Once it's actually play call time, you know? Perhaps sometimes they might take their sweet time, try to play the clock for a bit, and then you make a push, but so far, I don't want to say it's been flawless, because it really hasn't been flawless. but they get the job done, and that's far more important in my book. So,
Yeah.
at the very least, going that efficiency alongside, every now and then you're gonna catch a little bit of a break, and you'll take advantage of that as well.
Well, sometimes, I mean, I suppose these players can actually go by the Toretto's line. Doesn't really matter if you win by much or just a little. Winning is winning, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Of course, that's not the best thing you can say about winning in Counter-Strike. You definitely want to be good when you're winning to make sure you can be consistent on the next one. Because after all, this is a tournament, so just winning is not gonna be enough. But still, I mean, Yawara is doing a good job and having a huge advantage. Thing is that we kind of called it. Since after all, I mean, Inferno is not a really good map for this, guys. I mean, 3 maps played in the last 3 months, 0% win. Contrary to 3 maps on 67, so it seems that Yawara definitely did their homework and knew that Dusty Roots was not going to be able to fight back. Alright, aggressive play, going in for the smoke, actually find another one, but those shots deal a lot of damage. That's 3 on 3 retake situation, and the timer of the bomb just pretty much reached half. Ooh, look at that!
The flank.
Yeah, that's huge for Revolts. 1, 2, not quite the third. But puts everything on a 1v1. And we all know that with no time, this guy's just gonna get really, really nervous.
Yep. Wow, beautiful. I mean, even if it's max score that you are facing off, I mean, he's been unfortunately failing to clutch up when his team needed it most, unlike what we saw on Nuke, which was him just trying to take the Argentinian flag with him and carry the rest of the team on his back if it was necessary at the moments in which he was left alone. Now it's a very different situation. I mean, everybody on the negative, and that is to be expected, of course, but especially max scored that much on the negative. It's not a look that we wanted to see here for Dusty Roots. And, well, of course, on the other side of the aisle, I think Yawara are just brimming with confidence. Absolutely. They must be thinking that they have this one on the bag. But again, Inferno is one of those maps in which you can never fall asleep at the wheel. Well, really, in competition, you cannot, but especially in maps such as this, as, of course, Dusty Roots, could do much of the same back-to-back to them. It is way more unlikely, yes. And especially given the fact that it kind of feels like Dusty Roots are playing without much wind under their sails,
Yeah.
Kind of deflated. I don't want to be, again, a Debbie Downer towards it, but it's just,
You can feel the
earlier
energy.
they were keeping up. They were more than keeping up. They were right there, and now it feels like an entirely different squad.
Oh, this could actually be huge for them, actually, for a change of pace. That's a triple kill for Tommy. Grabbing the AK-47, of course, that's a beautiful double play. With Fraguti getting another kill in this case. Talenti is out of the equation, and that just means that this could be the round that Dusty Roots was looking for, just to get a little bit of the taste of what Yawara has been doing at this point. I mean, they got 9 rounds for themselves. They need to start doing something about it. Finally, they woke up, and it seems like this could work out. The big problem that I'm seeing right here, though, is that in the case of Dusty Roots, I mean, max score is the designated upper. And he's still not gonna be able to get his weapon, the one that he actually feels comfortable with. Oh, nice flick. He actually takes down Fraguti. Not quite able to get the second one. That was really close as well, though. But yeah, the problem is that max score, I mean, until he gets the AWP, he's not gonna be able to deliver it the exact same way as he did on the previous map. So that's at least gonna take 2 more rounds. And that would be in the consideration, of course, that they do win the next one as well.
Yeah. And even then, he's not going to get to enjoy that AWP for much longer, right? We are right about to switch sides. So
Exactly.
when he gets the op, he gets it max for like 1 round. I mean, it is not looking pretty, and it is on a member of your team that you definitely want to be feeling confident, But I mean, Yawara on the other out of the aisle. They're not feeling too shabby about themselves. Looking to perhaps put those double digits in right here and now. And, well, it is looking likely in just how they've been playing. It was a beautiful attempt over there by Tommy and company, of course, as Dusty Roots did get the best of Yawara last time around, but it's only one, unfortunately. If we were talking about, like, yeah, 4 rounds on T side of Luke, it's, you know, maybe not good, but good enough. This is not good whatsoever. That is no questions asked. A terrible outcome so far for the Argentinian forces, and well, luckily for them, they still have plenty of chance to try and correct this. But I'm gonna have to start seeing some life out of them. Where is that same fire that they brought last time around? It just hasn't been there. It's been missing for quite a while. And of course, full credit also to the side of Yawara, because they managed to step up to the plate when their opponents haven't, right? Because we've seen some spaghetti from them as well. We've seen those nerfs come on behalf of Yawara, and yet most of the time they have been prevailing. This was beautifully done, by the way, while I was ranting over here. Dusty Roots managed to get it done, and yeah, that up is there, but I don't know if it's too late to be getting that one onto motion. And Yawara, I think that they may opt to get very, very aggressive this time around, as, you know, we are just waiting for our second half to start.
Yeah, previous round, honestly, the first initial kills, I mean, that beautiful flash play that they actually made on here on Banana, it's exactly what enabled the round to go well for them, so kudos to that, first of all. That aggressive play on Banana with the flashes. Oh, look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they're all out, and that was almost an ace, but Fraguti was just right there to tell us, nope, it's not gonna happen. I mean, we all want a little piece of that cake. Well, that is gonna be end of the first half, Roy, already. With quite an anticlimactic ending, I have to say. I mean, the enemy had no weapons, no firepower, so it was just pretty much give it away. Let's just go ahead, jump into the next phase, jump into the second half of the game, and have a better chance once we reach the CT side. Probably that was the mindset on Yawara, but still, hey, I mean, that is one round for Dusty Roots, and we have the 9-3 on the score, so we all know that is not good. It's a curse. It's a curse. So we might actually see the comeback. But Yawara is on the CT side now. And they definitely should be feeling lucky, powerful, and more than anything, comfortable on this specific map. Look at that aggressive plays already. Gnarly is taking 1 total, 1962,
hey.
And Fraguti taking 1 for themselves each. And just like that, the CT Force takes heavy casualties.
Fraguti has been stepping up to the plate, that much is certain. I think that he's been one of the main catalysts in this attempt at keeping things respectable here, because I'm not going to call it a comeback quite yet, of course, until we see things be a bit more manageable for the side of Dusty Roots. Even during this attempt, it may yet be successful. Zhao going to be covering for the cross here. And Fraguti, again, like I said, looking to be the only one, or one of the only players on the positive right here for their side. Okay, getting gone down, and this is an excellent start for Dusty Roots, but we're gonna need to see much more where that came from. Though, it's starting to look better already. That is the power of just a couple of rounds and a bit of momentum in your side. Even better so, money in their pockets to allow them to get at the very least a couple of AKs. And getting the money planned, getting a couple of extra frags gonna enable a very, very good start here for Dusty Roots. And let's see if they can capitalize on it further to try and close the distance.
Well, the thing about Inferno is that even though it is kind of a CT-sided map, I mean, we all just pretty much know it because of different reasons. It's kind of balanced in a certain way, because the T side definitely can play with numbers, and that is a huge factor whenever you go into a side having the numerical advantage. Already though, the fight breaks out, and a lot of kills coming in. Joe does take 1 for himself though, thanks to Fraguti actually helping him out, I guess. It was an eco round for Yawara, kind of expected. But Dusty Roots manages to get up to 5 rounds at this point. That's a 9-on-5. So they're not that far away. But Yawara is not gonna buy on this one. They're just gonna force. And they are actually betting for the next one instead. So the advantage may actually go even a bit lower for them. It's looking like Dusty Roots might have a chance. Maybe, just maybe. I mean, I'm always positive about it.
Like I said, I was not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I knew that there was still a possibility. Dire, yes. Unlikely, also, but not impossible. Never, never impossible. So, Dusty Roots to get their bearings about themselves. This may yet be a fight. And we know once they wake up, boy, is it a fight. Yawara, not trying to overextend this time around. They do manage to circle back before the molly hits. That is big because that would have been much more damage, especially right there for stacks. In the meantime, make it indoors. Bit of safety from the rain. Bit of protection from the bullets, but eventually they're gonna have to pop out. And Revolt's trying to fight the good fight over here. Jiao definitely heard the movement out of there, and he takes 2. That is so big. You cannot be allowing those to slip by if you're Dusty Roots, and the MP9s are proving to be more than enough. Look at Revolt's go. This man has just been so big in the cause of Yawara. This has just been nasty from him. Just so keen on paying attention to every single detail that goes through the map, right? And knowing what his teammates want to do, pay attention to the callouts, pay attention to his own game sense. So, Revolts has been one of the standouts for sure out of the series, and I know we're expecting big things out of this guy and the rest of this team, of course, further down the line. Dusty Roots, they had their chance to kind of start over, and I don't want to say that they're back to square one because definitely they've made some progress, but it's been just drop by drop, and
there we go.
That type of thing. Yeah, it's slower than you might have liked. Oh, the transfer right there. 1962 running out of bullets though. Revolt's waiting for his chance to strike again. Man is just so deadly.
Ooh, from so far away with the MP9, this weapon has proven itself to be deadly against the Dusty Roots. We're down to a 1v2. Joe has only 2 HP, but an AK-47 in hands. That is more than enough to actually take him down. They just need to wait a little bit longer to see exactly what happens, but still have 1 minute on the clock. And the bomb actually belongs to the CTs, but they don't guard it. They actually go for the kill instead.
Yeah, they are gonna attempt to call it out and catch him on the move. I mean, the aggressive play has worked out every time for Yawara so far. They've been amazing. Being aggressive, whether on T or CT, it's just worked out like a charm. And Dusty Roots, from what we've seen so far from the style that they like to play, they are a bit more passive in certain regards. They're a bit more reactive to certain instances, and then they're able to capitalize. Ironically enough, I think when they have been aggressive, things have worked out great for them, but I don't think that has quite registered for Dusty Roots. And of course, you're not going to try to change things on the fly with much success if you are in tournament play. So that is a bit tougher. And look at Nautilus go now. Got to retreat, get some coverage. Raguti, though, we know how deadly he can be, but maybe facing off an impossible task right here.
I think he's gonna rack up another one for himself, probably. Oh no, they actually smoke enough. So they're actually forced to get out of there. Still 3 players, but not really much firepower, especially if they want to fight from too far away. So maybe going banana may not be the best idea right here. Of course, they want to just shorten the numbers of enemies that they actually have to fight on site, but I mean, once they actually try to push it, they are definitely not gonna have the upper hand. But a good team with Tech 9 in hands, Gonna wait for the... Oh no, he's not gonna wait for the smoke dissipation. He actually pushes forward. Of course, the nade actually deals a lot of damage right there. Also dissipating the smoke. And 1, 2. That's one for Stacks and Joe. And the last one, another one for Joe as well. Beautifully done. Jawara playing it defensively. Perfect, amazing round for themselves. They are back on track, back in the game. And now they are back into the match point. 12 against 5. And Roy, I think we're pretty much seeing this one already off the bat on a 2-0.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Again, prediction coming to fruition right here as Dusty Roots did miss their opportunity to strike first. And that would have been very big for them because I don't think Inferno was ever meant to be theirs. Not with how Jawara have shown to play. And I think one of the key elements of that is just how well adapted are Jawara to changing pace when they need to, you know? They are aggressive when they have to, but they are also not too overzealous when they have to wait. I mean, just the right amount of patience at the right time. And yeah, this is looking curtains after all. I mean, the pistols were... As soon as we saw that, and how many buckaroos were left in the wallets of Dusty Roots, I think it was looking pretty Jover. But I'm willing to be surprised if it's gonna be now or it's not gonna be ever, pretty much. Okay.
He just got a little bit too scared though, and he shouldn't have. Especially after the first shot is missed with the Tech 9. I mean, you still have a chance to pull the trigger. Now, the thing is that I was expecting a lot more action, especially at the last round, if it happens to be so. Here they go. 1.
Ooh, okay.
2. 3! Okay, the T is actually back in the game. They force the rotation from the CTs, but get that bomb planted fast. That's a 2 versus 2, but now the enemy has firepower. Be careful, guys. Joe coming in aggressively. Right side, left side. He actually goes through the right, following his teammate. Watch out, Stacks has... Oh, no!
Okay, that's big.
I think we might just need another round to see what happens, though. It's a 1v2. Tough spot for Joe. Can make this happen, but the enemy position... Oh no!
Oh my god.
That was close.
Oh, it's too close for comfort. Though, to their credit, Dusty Roots played that one as well as they could have. And like you said, a bit of hesitance coming in from Jawara, and that ended up costing them. It ended up costing them so much. And with their backs against the wall, Dusty Roots stay alive. It's a matter... asking for how long can they keep this pace up.
Well. Now we jump into another chance, another round. As Dusty Roots still want to be in the game. They finally get their firepower as well. The previous one was pretty much an equal, and they just got destroyed by it. Jawara, that definitely shouldn't have happened. First entry kill by Tommy. Good refrag by Joe. Fraguti actually goes in once again, takes down Joe as well. That's a 2 for 1. 2 for 3.
Wow.
Now this goes down. What is going on?
Fraguti refuses to sit down. This man is just too stubborn. You're resilient. And now, Billion revolts. Gotta go for a good old Inferno save. Something that they're not at all used to seeing. This one is done and dusted. Dusty Roots stay alive. And again, same question I'm going to be posing from here until they at the very least reach double digits. Or, you know, the other alternative is that things are over.
Okay.
It's not like they have much of an option right here.
Well, Toledy does get that cheeky kill behind So, I don't think that they are gonna go for the bomb, definitely. But I think another kill is definitely going in. Just checking the area, Toledy, around the corner. Oof, just around the enemy. Bomb, blowing up right now. So the round definitely goes for Dusty Room. It's a very tough spot for this, guys, honestly. It's still match point. So Jawara just needs to make sure that they can get one more. And Dusty Roots, 5 rounds away. It's a very hard position to actually fight it back. get that one for themselves. But Yawara right now has no economy, only the M4 from the previous round. Nardas with the AWP. Is that gonna be enough to deal with the Roots? I don't think so, actually. I think this one will go for Dusty as well.
Looking likely. Looking likely, and losing that up and losing that M4. I don't think they should be on the bingo card here for Yawara. They definitely want to keep those at all costs, regardless of what goes through. I mean, Dusty Roots, from everything we've seen from them, is a team that you do not want to give momentum to, and they are gaining some, slowly but surely. Yes, they are at the brink of losing this in 2-0 fashion, but we've seen what they can pull off in the past. Though, chances here, Praguti again got to take charge. And certainly so. I mean, give a player that is hottest on the trigger the best of chances right here for them to strike, and they continue to get cleaned up. And wow, it's just an absolute massacre. I mean, we were expecting things to go into favor of Dusty Roots, but perhaps not quite like this. At the very least, a bit of an answer, but it's only somewhat of a moral victory right there, more than anything else. Though the money does make a difference, so Yawara, slowly but surely trying to set up for this endgame of theirs. Dusty Roots looking very respectable at the moment. Though I'm sure we want to make this an even closer ordeal, if not one that can still go in their favor. Let's take a look at how this develops, as we have Yawara going for pretty much, you know, not exactly the best of loadouts that they could have asked for, but they are going a bit lighter. So playing it safe, I guess.
One minute, 30 seconds, plenty of time. Of course, Yawara has to play for the close quarter battle, as they all packed up on only MP9s. I think it's pretty doable, actually. We've seen Nardas dealing a lot of damage with that weapon as well. So as the enemy will start pushing forward, he gives the call. Boom, there it is, first one going down, takes the M4. Already the first line of protection. Oh my god, but Max scored with an amazing shot, and the collateral. That is a huge blow against Yawara. How about the MP9 from
Hold
Tel
on.
Aviv? Oh god.
Hold on.
Oh
No.
god, what is going on? I mean, that shot
No
from
way.
the AWP was massive, but Tel Aviv is working wonders with the MP9.
Ain't no way, brother. Is this how it happens? Okay. Alright, that is more looking like it. For a second, Dusty Roots, they had me scared, but nonetheless,
Still possible.
yeah, 2 CTs to be dealing with, and look at that. 90 days to do no. Does he know? Oh, he's got to be called out already. And he doesn't take the white swing. Oh, man. Narrowly avoiding that. I cannot believe how close this was. I mean, it had no business being this close. And it still was. Dusty Roots on track to make double digits at the very least. But look at Yawara. This is why they opted for the MP9s. A bit of more coins added to their wallets, to their pockets. That is gonna enable, you know, most of the squad except for Stacks, but still with plays like those, we'll see what they can do. I mean, they were absolutely working wonders with those MP9s.
Yeah, a little bit of damage dealt against the enemy economy. However, still 3 rounds. They definitely have advantage. They definitely have the chance. Careful though, here they come. Oh, one of them is actually spotted. In this case, the entry fragger, Tommy, not quite able to do anything, but they push just a little bit too aggressively. Stacks goes down as 1962 was able to capture the silhouette just right before the smoke actually pops out. Joe Without cover, what is going on? There's a lot of mistakes I'm seeing from Yawara right now. I think this guy's nervous.
Yeah.
Probably from giving away such a huge advantage.
That's the thing, right? They have not completely give it away, but it feels like it. At this point, it feels like they're gonna have to fight tooth and nail just to keep their advantage and just to avoid going to overtime. So, I mean, it's not like they completely given this one off, but it kind of feels like a bit of a gift, you know? But on the other end, I mean, I'm not trying to take credit away from Dusty Roots. I mean, they've definitely been ramping up. Like I've pointed out plenty of times already, I mean, Raguti has been massive cog in wheel here for this side of Dusty Roots. So has Tommy, by the way. He's been playing lights out as of recent. I mean, we've seen some stellar plays out of him when he's on the offensive. That seems to be the style that he likes best. And right now, I mean, losing it all is the side of Yawara and the Julian squad. They've seen better days for sure, and they're gonna be trying to pull off all the stops during the next one. If this one doesn't, you know, if they're not able to throw their opponents for a curve. And now I'm a believer. I mean, it was such a massive lead and reduced to nothing. This is why I'm always happy to see an Inferno in the rotation, just because it presents such a big question in the department of resilience for both teams. And right now, Yawara, not like they're failing, but it's you know, are they closers, or chokers? That it comes down to that, because Dusty Roots right now are trying to be closers, but they're gonna have to loosen the distance a bit further still.
Although playing against the AWP
Wow.
with just a tip of your head is more than enough to actually get a shot landed.
Lord.
Wow, and honestly, no reason to actually fight that with the MP9s. I mean, what are you expecting? You know the enemy has everything they want. Of course, the stack's out of position there, with no cover, no flashes, no nothing. Another player definitely expected on that spot, gets taken down. And just like that, Yawara goes pretty much down the drain. That's 3 players dead already. And the last 2 players, well, one of them is just pretty much hiding, but not gonna work out, as he gets spotted without firing a single shot. Just like that, Yawara, you're gonna have to try again on the next one, dude.
Brother, are we really heading to overtime like this?
I don't really think
we
it's gonna
really?
happen. I don't really think it's gonna be an overtime, but it definitely is looking like a comeback.
I mean, it's a possibility for sure. I mean, it can happen. I agree that, I mean, Yawara still have plenty of fighting chance here to close it out and just, you know, do it all regulation time. Right here, I mean, looking like hounds, Dusty Roots. They've been cleaning it up by quite a bit. Now they're much more scary, so I love what I'm seeing from them.
They don't even go for the plant, they just wanted this guy dead.
Yep.
Oh boy. Well, still one more chance. I hope that Yawara, now that they do have their weapons, they should be able to do something with it.
Reinforced though. No AWP for none of this.
Yeah, it seems Nardus is not feeling confident with it anymore, of course. Also having no money for it, but the shots haven't really been landing. Oh, okay, huge mistake.
Oh,
Maxker is right there to
why?
make up for it, I guess. Fighting
You're-
for mid-control.
If you're Max Crow, you're happy to see the top of approach. Just challenge me, please. I dare you.
Well, that was first blood already shed, so now Yawara is definitely going to have harder time. But Joe could actually make this work out. Yes, he takes one, not quite the second. Deals a little bit of damage. Fratguti does get his job. And Rebolts, I'm pretty sure he should also... Oh my god, he
Ooh.
actually... No!
Nice from Fraguti. Oh my lord.
Play it from side. What are you doing? You have the corners. Why would you go out like that? What
My
is going on
God.
here?
Crumbling, bro. Wow, that was a crumble and a half, Yaguara. Kind of choking this one away, to be honest. They had so many, and I mean so many chances to make this a cleaner deal too. Oh, but again, I don't know if I don't want to focus on the negatives too much. Dusty Roots, what the heck, man? I mean, they've been stepping it up and on the climb up, slowly but surely, and now they're here forcing out OT. I mean, I hope Yawada have got the jitters out, because boy, is this, you know, a tough thing to try and take on, like, right away. I mean, though, isolated from the rest of the squad, this is gonna be, oh my lord, easier said than done. However, he's so confident right now that he doesn't really care about that, and Fraguti is not gonna waste any time. He's gonna be trying to close in the distance alongside his boy. That makes Yawada down to his last two players, and the confidence we were seeing earlier from them no longer there, though. That means that Revolts is gonna start missing out anytime soon. The overcoming this up from max score is gonna be easier said than done. Okay, that is an uncharacteristic miss, but nonetheless, looking kind of done this time around. Plenty of distance to try to cover in very little time. Let's see how Yawara go about it.
Well, there's 2 players alive. Everything can happen right now.
That's not good.
It's, of course, just the first round of the overtime.
Mm-hmm.
But a very important one. The bomb is just about to blow up. There's nothing to save for. 1 kill. Another kill. Ooh, not quite the third. Max score is right there to say no, no, no to Dodo. And just like that, Dusty Roots gets that round for themselves on the T side. Man, this is getting, once again, I don't know if interesting is the word, but it's definitely something.
Oh, man. I mean, Revolts was always there to pull the rest of his teammates out of the mud for Yawara. And even him is getting kind of slowed down at this point. Whereas the rest of Dusty Roots, they have done nothing but look up and continue to go upwards. So, from what was looking to be such a dire comeback, now they are at the lead. This, I mean, I cannot believe my eyes. Oh, Nautilus didn't even get a chance to deal much damage. Of course, if it was going to be somebody, it was going to be a Revolt to start things off quite right, and Dusty Roots, they were unable to capitalize on their numerical advantage right up the rip and clearing things out just to make it a bit simpler. Stacks definitely called that one out, but Toto is going to be cut off on the move. He does have the bomb, but like I said, I mean, they're already going to know exactly where he's headed. And, okay, that was a bit of a palate cleanser for us. We've been seeing Yawara, you know, get their teeth kicked in for quite a while. They have been just taking quite a few punches, and they're not looking pretty, but at the very least, we know they're still here to play, and in what other fashion could it have been? But another overtime, and the one that it's looking to go back and forth once again. Okay, it seems like chokes are out, and we are ready to see some exciting CS again.
Ooh, that Molly is gonna cook him a little bit. Tommy forced to use that smoke to actually save himself, but now the enemy knows that he is on that position. So a couple nades, which they do have, should be dealing a lot of damage, but they actually just decide to walk in straight, getting a couple kills, but of course getting annihilated because of that. That is not a smart play. I mean, you know there's a player on that corner. Just drop the nade, deal damage. That's all you need to do. But hey, still, we got the 3v3. Well, the site is pretty much clear. Oh, nice flash coming in, and Telenid
wow.
claims them both as they actually lined up for him. That was a huge blow dealt against the Dusty Roots, and just like that, the 3v3 situation is looking a little bit better for Yawara. Oh my god, things are, oh my god, I don't really know what to say. I mean, max score is all up to you. In overtime, he actually spots one. Ooh, it gets stinked.
Oh,
They're just playing with him.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like cats toying with their food, you know?
Well, there we go. That's gonna be the second half going in for the overtime. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, Yawara claims a little bit of an advantage, but we've seen this happen before. It's still not over until it's over.
Oh yeah, we cannot call it yet. I mean, we've learned at this point that with these two teams, things can get out of hand at a moment's notice. It doesn't really matter to which side it has been. I mean, it's been, like you said, interesting for sure. A couple other words we could use to describe that as well, but, you know, I mean, for the most part, at the very least, entertaining, I have to say. I mean, there's always something about this sweaty, jittery, even type of gameplay that just, you know, gets the blood flowing. And it is at moments such as this where you really get to test your steel. Oh my lord. Tommy. Trying to find the answer right there. It's the piece. We're not expecting that. Praguti also gonna hold down the fort for his squad. And you wanna insist and press on, and it's not like they have much of a choice at this point. In the flank is right there as well. It is just a matter of time. They go blow for blow, it seems like. So I don't think Revolts can pull this one out of the gutter.
Well, Revolts know that there's a player on the left looking for him. A little bit of chip damage, down to 3 HP. Oh, he actually spots one, but he was also spotted what is going on right now. Takes one down, not quite the second. Tommy finishing the job. Revolts, that was very difficult for him. It's a 1v4. Honestly, those kind of situations, they really do make you sweaty. Mom spaghetti. Continue with the joke.
We already know how it goes, bro. We know how it goes. Sing it with us. Not like him. I'm a lyricist myself. Far from it. But it's just, I think it just fits the situation. If I can say something about it. I think, yeah, what at this point, they just want to make it out of the east side and, you know, try to, hopefully with a victory. Hopefully so. We'll see first. Big dubs here for the side of Yawara. Originally, to their credit, they did get success on T side, so. Looking to set themselves back on their right track. On the right side of history, if you will. Tough approach here for 962 and max score. It's gonna take more than just precision to get through all this. Good smoke. Fight himself some more time, but 962 with the prediction. What a read right there.
He just needs to make sure that the bomb is not planted. That's more than enough.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Use the flames?
Ooh. Yup, gotta toss that one out. Oh my lord.
He's forced out, but he's actually being chased.
No,
doesn't work. He actually gets no scope.
No way, brother.
Woo. Okay, and Maxquer also coming out of construction takes another beautiful kill.
There's gonna have to be a second one. I'm impressed. We've seen people shoot bodies for less. That's all I'm gonna say. So, Dusty Roots, they have to be on cloud 9 right now and just feeling absolutely incredible about themselves, especially after managing to pull off Tachi around. It was Jawada's game. It was theirs, but to their credit, of course, Dusty Roots still had a very good chance of making it happen. 1962 playing that one perfectly, and Max Score impressing even more. But here comes their chance. 1 for 1, they go. Revolt's not about to let his squad down. Now 1962, the last member remaining towards A, so he's gonna request a little bit of assistance. A little clearing out towards their side, but if Tommy somehow ends up falling, this may go to OT right up the rip as Bananas completely cleared out. And in the time that it will take for the rest of the CTs to make it back to the other side, it would already be too late. So Toto has to be fast about this, but there was just no way for him to teleport to the other side of the map. And when he's being watched like this, I mean, there's a reason why retakes are so tough here on Inferno. So at the very least, it's looking like we're gonna be seeing a second RT for ourselves.
Well, it's only one of them, but there it is. Tality takes the last kill, and just like you mentioned, we are jumping into a second one. Ladies and gentlemen, the story pretty much repeats itself, but we still have a chance to make it different from the previous one. Let's see who can actually claim it for themselves. As right now, Yawara is going to start the second overtime on the CT side. And we have seen that both teams are just good on the CTs. So this should definitely be a little bit of advantage. Oh, look at that. They don't actually. We start the T side instead, I'm sorry. Well, if that's the case... Oh man, there's just so much to swallow right now, so much to process. Or maybe it's quite the contrary, I think. Sometimes I just want to analyze what's happening because I don't really understand it, but sometimes there's just not really much to understand. They're just playing Counter-Strike. They just want to get those kills. They just want to get those rounds. They go in, try to get the shots fired. That's a good flash, but still not good enough. Fraguti doesn't fall for it. They found stacks. Yeah, that's the first blood already down.
I mean, how many times have we seen Fraguti on that same spot? On that exact same spot, and yet, time and time again, Yawara decides to try and bring a challenge. It's not like you can't do anything about it, so... I mean, at that point, you really kind of have to wonder, but still, trying to circle back to the other side. Toto gonna completely dissuade that one. None of this has to make this one very, very much a miracle to the side of the T's. And like I said, they're just praying for their chance to make it out. Ooh, gonna get tagged up. That is massive damage onto his side. Not of this. Had he got a single headshot, perhaps things would have been different. Oh my lord, no way! Almost manages to close the distance, but it was always a 2v1, so... It was... Even if it was an impressive effort, I don't think that one belongs to him regardless. So Dusty Roots, they stay in the game. And whereas the last time around, things didn't really go their way, they are looking to change history in their second encounter against Jawara.
Things are getting tougher and tougher every time. Oh man, I was really expecting Yawara to do a lot better on their map, to be honest. They did. But at one point, they just pretty much gave the game away. And probably forcing those MP9s as well. Oh, okay. Here comes the first one. That's Tommy. Getting one a banana. Stop being a T on Inferno, that's for sure. Be careful though, max score with the AWP. We know this guy actually almost never misses, but that's a good flash, actually forcing him out. That pretty much just saved saved the teammate.
Nice. Molly. Forcing Tommy back down. A little bit of pressure being applied here. Yaguara not gonna let themselves be intimidated. Instead, they are trying to be the ones dishing out the pain. Ready for the challenge. Max score even more prepared for that one. Dax, you ain't cut for this, he says. Flash just loading down. 25 seconds on the clock. This is a little bit too close for comfort at this point. Bit of miscoordination right there, but they get the job done nonetheless. Revolts now forced to whip out that smoke, and he's gonna try to go for it immediately. Not gonna get scared off, and yeah, he is gonna get aggressed on immediately. I mean, this is why he tried to challenge, right? Because he knew that to the other side of the smoke there was no kindness to be had, and I think Dusty Roots have managed to do it. I mean, of course, it's still too early to call because there is a chance that they want to go back-to-back here. But Dusty Roots, brother, this has been a ride for them, an absolute roller coaster of emotion. This is both maps back-to-back, so I am expecting this to go pretty much in the same way in our decider map if it does end happening. Because, I mean, at this point, it's looking kind of likely, but will they put up one final effort here to try and still extend their own map pick?
A few kills coming in already. That's pretty good for Yawara. They still have a chance. No, there's one more player. There it goes. Fraguti takes one down, but the refrag is right there from Joe.
Bomb's late, though.
They need to get that bomb planted fast, but it was actually left behind. The T's decide to split on the map, and this is not good. They could, however, go for an A plant instead.
Don't. Oh,
That
they don't.
Would actually be smart to do, but... Oh, Utility is gonna catch somebody right there. Yep, he does. 1962 is out of the equation. Now the bomb's getting planted, and of course, now the advantage is of 3 players against 1.
We're gonna go for the aggression here.
For the smoke.
Oh, God. Right in the face with a molly. You don't see that one every day.
Oh, nice nade, also dealing a lot of damage. But now the utility is out, nothing but flashes, so I'm pretty sure that these guys are just gonna go into the second half. Yep, there it is. Second half of the overtime. Yawara is still in the game. They still have a chance to get that second point for themselves, but Dusty Roots is proving that they do have what it takes, and they do not want to give up. We might also have pretty much the same probability also of going into a decider instead.
Oh, brother. They're just playing with my heart at this point. I mean, I'm gonna get a condition out of this. You know? I mean, Dusty Roots, of course, is still on the verge of trying to close things out. No, they're not quite there yet, and Yawara, they do manage to survive. They make it back to CT. This is what they were playing for. Playing for keeps, kind of. That's so. Okay, not about to start missing. And he's not alone. And Zhao looking to clear out the entirety of Banana. Not an aggressive flank on the other end, but very good positioning so far here from the side of the CTs. Managing to back off. Maxwell decides to lead the charge, and he's not gonna let that one fly by Zhao. Ends up by the dust, and here, Assyrians know that they have to be fast about it. Maxwell leading the charge like an absolute madman. 2 clean shots to give this team an opportunity to secure themselves that next OT first, at the very worst, of course. But, I mean, I think that they have their sights set on that 19 before Yawara get a chance to answer that.
Really looking a lot like we are gonna have a decider over here. Dusty Roots just decided to wake up. However, it's still very possible from Revolts. Is he gonna spot one right there? Time is running out. Time is running out. Bam. But I mean, that bomb is just pretty much gonna explode.
To the heavens it goes.
Well. Damn.
Dusty Roots, they crazy sons of guns.
I mean, what I'm saying right here is that we might possibly get just a 17 for Yawara and then 19 for Dusty Roots, pretty much just ending things exactly as the previous one, but for the other
That would
team.
be funny. That would be ironic, even.
Yeah, that is true. Oh well.
I mean, do we call it a choke officially if that's exactly what happens?
Oh no. Yawara definitely choked, to be honest.
I mean,
the moment they had the 12
I'm not
point.
trying to be mean. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to be mean. It's just I cannot deny the facts. Of course, there's still a chance that they force a yet another overtime here. I mean, we could go for 3, but and I think that the choking has already been done. There's still a chance to, change how that goes, if you will. I don't know, man. It's just such an interesting situation that we're dealing with right here.
And kills coming in already. Yawara's not having a good time. This is gonna be the 19th actually for Dusty Roots, probably.
Oh yeah, GG's.
Well, there we have it. So much for trying to predict what happens, but
Oh wow.
anything could happen in this game.
When it happens like this, I think it always goes both ways, right? Like I've tried to say it time and time again. Yes, it was a choke from Yawara, no doubt about it. But Dusty Roots also had to capitalize on their opponent's mistakes, right? You do not win all on your own. You team game after all, but yes, you are also playing with your opponents. So it's
Well, there it is. So we are going into a decider. This is gonna be Dust 2. And that is also a very interesting match. Do you think we're gonna go into an overtime on that one?
I mean, at this point, I kind of want to see it, honestly, just for laughs and just for the hell of it, I think it would be such a poetic outcome out of all of this, just from the incredible roller coaster of emotions that we've seen from both teams, because they both have had great success, and also they've made crazy mistakes that had cost them quite a bit. So, I mean, like I said, it goes both ways. Mad props to Dusty Roots for sticking it out for as long as they did and actually managed to make it happen. It was looking pretty impossible at one point, and nonetheless, they prove us all wrong, and especially their opponents, of course. And Yawara, I hope that they are able to forget about this as soon as possible, because you cannot be going into the next match with the mentality of, oh man, we just got rolled. We had that on the bag 2-0 and we choked it out. So I hope that they clear all that away and we are heading better map. But guys, that'll be in a few minutes. So see you all after this break.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we were just getting everything ready to jump into the decider because, oh my god, Roy, what a couple matches we actually just had. Both of them actually went into double overtime, and not only that, but the fact that in this case, Dusty Roots was actually able to come back into the game after a 12 round against 7, that huge advantage that he had, I mean, oh my god, what is going on right here? But well, as we can see it right here, this is the current standing of this best of 3, and we can see the 17-19 on Nuke, and then a little bit of the same almost on a 19-16 on Inferno. So let's just hope that Dust 2 is gonna be a lot better. And also, I don't want to say I want to see it to be one-sided, but I definitely want to see one team actually just overimposing themselves against the other, just completely dominate, show that they do have what it takes to become the champion of champions. Because they're not just the champion of Dusty Roots or the champion of Yawara, they have to be the best one of them all in the whole tournament. And it's still pretty early on, so we need to see them step up and give us an even better show at this moment.
I mean, if you think about it, if we are to reframe it in a different way, I think that we could be looking at this like, okay, yeah, it's been a match in which we've seen, like we said, plenty of nerves, plenty of mistakes, whether they were, you know, forced by the enemy or not. But nonetheless, there's been, like, I feel a lot of jitters. But now's the time. In this early stages, it is perfectly fine, I think, to let go of that. Yes, perhaps you might have liked to have a better outcome right off the rip, but I mean, it's not the end of the line. It's much like what we were saying in our previous match. And talking about the match, it seems like we are about to jump straight into it as Dusty Roots and Yawara are ready to deliver, you know, the promise that still lingers. And for one of them, it's for victory. Dusty Roots is going to be starting on tier right here in the Yawara. We've seen how their CT efforts can go, though last time around it was not looking too pretty by the end of things. So if anything, Dusty Roots are going to have the momentum, so looking to see if the Argentinian squad can keep up with that, or maybe it is Yawara that managed to hit the reset button and bounce back from what was looking to be a 2-0 in their favor, but now they're going to have to fight for their lives to get this victory in the overall score.
All right, let's go ahead and see what happens. Couple of shots already falling in, and a lot of damage. Actually, Rebolds claims the first blood, as also Tommy. It's taken down to 27 HP, so things are looking good for Yawara already on the city side. But of course, pretty much we have Dusty Roots already on the B side, getting that bomb planted. It's gonna be a retake situation, but be careful, CTs are getting close. One of them from tunnels, not quite able to get the job done. Joe gets taken down by 1962, and he also racks up at one more kill before going down on the B doors. Watch out, the player on Windows not quite able to do anything as Tommy comes from the side, and just with some help from Toto as well, get rid of the pesky CTs just trying to get into their home. That first round goes to Dusty Roots on the T side, surprisingly.
This is an interesting outcome because regardless of the start, I was definitely expecting, you know, Yawara to come out of the gate swinging because we've seen the stats and in how they definitely favor Yawara here, but we've gone by those in the past and they've let us down. If anything, we can say that Dusty Roots are challenging the odds time and time again, and so they're not looking quite done just yet. The Galils looking to put in a bit more work. Surely making some progress here in the mid portion of the map, but it doesn't quite find the frag, but tons of damage on Nardes. And that is not enough quite yet, let me tell you. However, here comes the answer, but the refrag is certain. 1962 knowing exactly what his role was right there, and also great awareness of the fact that there was likely to be a flanker right here. That was Telly on a, you know, valiant effort, but at the end of the day, nonetheless an effort that goes for not the same case here for Nardis and that beautiful flick that he just managed to deliver. Though I'm not sure that is gonna affect how things go at the very end of the day. As with the Molly, blocking down the underpass is not going to be an easy approach, which narrows out the options that Nautilus is able to take. And, well, the option that he decides is just hit S, retreat back, and take a crack at it next time. And, of course, that is because there were some goodies on the floor, and there is much to gain from those.
Just waiting for the bomb to blow up right now. I mean, there's nothing that this can actually do. Well, quite the start, honestly, for Dusty Roots. I mean, that's 2 rounds already. Pretty strong on the T side. Nardis comes out of there with an AK-47 for his team too. Perhaps they could do something big with that weapon, but economy is not really going to help them out either. So they have to take a decision over here. Are they just going to try to force and go along with the AK-47? Or are they just going to keep their weapons and hope that Nardis gets the job done, take down a couple kills, and they can grab the enemy's weapons, finish the job, make sure they get 1 round for themselves as fast as possible. Because we can see Dusty Roots coming in with a huge different mentality. They are really playing aggressively. And it has been working for them. They're landing those shots.
Dusty Roots having quite a bit of time to warm up during their last encounter, as they were, pretty much forced to do so. And now that the engines are hot, they're looking to be reprising success in what they just did. Like we said, challenge the odds, deliver victory to their favor. Stacks, narrowly trying to catch Tommy on the move, but Tommy, one of these guys that has absolutely changed the pace of how things have been going. I think that a bit of a slower start than we were expecting from him, but seems like everything is coming together finally for Dusty Roots, and this is the moment where that most pays off, so Yaguara, unfortunately, they've seen better days. So this round, of course, it was to be expected that it ended up going in such a way as the CTs were playing, where a single AK that they managed to retrieve from their previous effort. Now at full power, though, let's see what they can bring to the table to fight off a Dusty Roots that is looking absolutely red hot.
3 rounds already are pretty big, but finally Yaguara has enough money to buy their stuff, and they could also pretty much just lose this one, and they are gonna have the loss bonus secured, be able to try again on the next one. Nice shot, Nardis, from lower tunnels. That is not quite a normal angle to actually pick from with an AWP. Not that common to see. But after mid was not contested, you could actually just cross right over it and take the chance. So here we go. Just need to wait a little bit longer until the T's actually decide what they are gonna do. I mean, they are playing the tourist side, so they are the ones who take decisions and the ones that will set up the pace for what happens on the rest of the round. They grouped up. Oh, but that is gonna be, yep, their own doom, as it was 2 players just around the corner actually waiting for them. Mentality, just patiently, perfectly getting those kills for himself. Ooh, from so far away.
Oh,
watch out, 1962.
Almost.
Takes a heavy shot from the AWP, but survives it. But of course, still is right there to finish the job. All the way from Cat, shooting that guy. That's the first one for Yaguara. They so much needed this round. Oh, man. Finally. Alright, so, well, firepower is actually pretty good for both teams. They both got the AWP. Okay, 47 in the hands of Delity and Stacks as well. Mid, careful. X-Score is watching.
Patience. There's a certain timing to how things happen around the sports, especially when you've seen so many iterations of it. And, you know, those slight variations do make a difference sometimes. And on the contrasting side to that, there's the discipline that's required to make the right play when you need to. Cautious approach right here. Dax, oh, not narrowly, not gonna get a chance to pull out his gun at the right moment. Takes quite a beating, however, knows that he still has some support right there, and from a distance, all the way from the car side, we are going to have a little bit of fight being brought by the side of Yawara. However, they continue to get shut down. Max Core, though, oh, catching revolts at the worst possible moment, and if we are talking about how Dusty Roots have been ramping up, I think that the only player that hasn't really been ramping down from the side of the Brazilian squad has been Revolts, but still less than stellar of a start for the young star. And a man that has definitely been, you know, carrying much of the weight in certain situations for his team, and they trust him to clutch up. Of course, this bit of a slower start has translated into what could be a bigger lead here for Dusty Roots. We'll see about that, though. At the moment, it's only 3, and seems like they're not going quite unprepared into this type of situations. Look at them go. Dusty Roots, they seem to have woken up, and their aim is looking much, much better than those earlier positions on Inferno, let me tell you that much.
Another round for Dusty Roots, like they're really well played, honestly. And with only Teledi being the one fragger from the previous round. Well, Yawara now with a little bit of money on their pockets. Yep, AWP in the hands of Naradis as well. But man, the advantage is going fast for Dusty Roots. It seems that they just simply dominate a little bit better this map than the other one. Oh, they're actually scaring them off. The AWP. Oh, missed shot as well. Max Core not quite able to land it. That's going to allow Stacks actually to go for the rotation, claiming the kill, and Toto M pushing back as well. Reed's reading, but taking a couple of shots right through the wall bank as well, on mid doors. That's a little bit of chip damage. Up to 94 HP, no beaky. That's one casualty for the Turret 4, so this is gonna set up the pace for probably Yawara having a little bit of advantage. 2 players in Catwalk, be careful. They're waiting for you, and one of them is Nardus with the AWP. Oh, the flash.
Oh my god.
Wonderful play.
Whoa.
Max Core with the flicks and shots and beautiful up play. Amazing what this guy has done. Just like that, they pretty much allow for A-side to be taken. It's one player on going for long and one player on CT, but nothing's gonna stop that bomb from getting planted.
Yeah, no. However, bit of a tougher hold than it might look like. And yeah, it's because Max Score was already at death's door. 1962 has been an absolute fire. Jueguito lindo, if you will. Absolutely, yeah, gotta get flushed out on the wrong side of that molly, and the alternative was just to stand straight without cover, so not like I blame him for that decision. And in a split second, Yawara are able to take over, so retake, if you will. At that point, at the very least, not allowing Dusty Roots to completely take off, even if they still hold ahead by slight bit. 3 rounds is nothing that we've learned at this point can deter any of these 2 teams. If anything, we've definitely seen that both of them are capable of great comebacks, great resilience, and just being able to grind their teeth and push through if needed.
There's still much to be done by Dusty Roots, but there's also still much that can be done by Yawara to save them from what is happening right now. Because the advantage is still from Dusty Roots, and we already have one casualty, which is none other than Telety. Is that gonna spread into Tommy? Nope, not gonna happen. Revolt takes one kill, but Fraguti on the other side takes a double. Now B-side is completely cleared, and the bomb should get planted any second now, because the last player alive is Joe. Of course, I'm pretty sure they're gonna try to chase him. Yep, it is happening. Who's gonna win that duel? We know there's a player there. Toto, he is actually waiting for his team. Oh my god, this guy's just definitely want him dead.
Yep.
One of them has been spotted, but look at that! Tommy actually ends up winning that from so far away. Just one shot is all it takes. Beautifully done. Dusty Roots, 2-1-6 on the score. 4-round advantage. They are still hard on it. Well, there we go.
They don't try to leave any stone unturned again. Crossing every T, dotting every I. That diligence may end up paying off. Stacks not exactly on the prettiest of positions, and not with the best of guns to be certain. The Deagles can, of course, still cover from some of that firepower distance, if you will, but they end up doing exactly that, as 1962 won't get a chance to be aggressive towards the cat side. But all the pressure coming in from long is already through. Okay. Taking aim one at a time. Zhao managing to deliver not one, but two. Make that a 3. Almost gonna get shut down, but Kelly already sporting that AK for himself. And look at that, Max Hort, not a second of hesitation for himself. There's still plenty of time. I mean, he just swaps to the AK, starts piling up bodies. And a few numbers typed later. Now time's ticking for him.
Well, we're down to the 1v1 roll. Let's see what happens. Oh, but Telety actually finds the enemy's head first. Just like that. Wow, he made him look easy. Just gonna get that bomb defuse. Just simple enough. I mean, you just gotta click on their head and they die. Well, those deagle shots also were really, really powerful. Doing a wonderful job for Yawara. That was the only reason why they were actually able to come out on top in this round, to be honest. Probably they should start playing with deagles even a little bit more, you know? The end. The advantage just made itself a little bit lower. Instead of 4 rounds, now it's only 3. But Dusty Roots still keeping the upper hand. Well, right now, it seems like, honestly, I just want to put the spotlight on Toto, to be honest. Because, yeah, Dusty Roots has a huge advantage right now regarding the rounds. But just look at that. I mean, he's only got 1 kill throughout the whole game. And Fraguti is also doing a wonderful job as well. But he's only got 4 kills. Like, everything is just Tommy, 1962 to surprise everybody over here. He actually popping off on this round, on this game. And Max score, obviously, as he previously has been landing those shots as well. So right now, probably if Toto just wakes up and starts doing his job as well, there's no way that Jawara is just going to be able to get on top of Dusty Roots. I'm pretty sure about that. Of course, that will only happen if Dusty Roots keeps being consistent, as we have mentioned before. I mean, that's the big problem that I'm seeing from them. They just aren't able to keep consistent. Now it seems... well, no, everybody's splitting, actually. These don't really want to use their superior numbers to their advantage. Just want to play it safe and slow, get a couple kills. Look at that, Joe.
Nice.
Beautiful. Oh, no.
That
it
went
all
ugly
went
real
down.
quick.
Yeah, it all went down really quickly.
No, totally. I mean, you can tell. It might have taken them a while, but it seems like Iwata finally are waking up. And this is a type of moment to do so after all. I don't know if they're trying to make it look dire just for fun, but nonetheless, it's been really fun on this side. I'll say that much. Not as much fun for Dusty Roots, who are now back to square, maybe not one, but two. Not that much progress going to be made from this, potentially. Especially not when... I was going to say something else, but Max Score immediately shutting me down. I mean, this man is just precision incarnate. I mean,
It's what
sometimes
usually
you just
happens.
get caught off guard like that. And what else can you say, man? Max Score is just so clean. And Dusty Roots somehow managing to, you know, get a slight advantage, and Nardis also catching a glimpse of what may be coming from him. Not everybody makes it across those stacks. Gotta put that up to great use, even if it's gonna get gunned down. Of course, not the weapon that you want when it's time for dealing with multiple opponents. And after a beautiful flank, Dusty Roots, they make it towards A, and they continue to deliver. They're getting all the goodies, by the way. This is a problem of playing with two ops right here. And we're gonna end up dropping that up, but it will surely make it into Max Score's hands. And yep, in just the time, that is exactly what happens. Gonna apply a little bit of pressure, but I don't think there's gonna be exactly much hope here for Nautilus to try and close it out. He'll try with the nade, though. That is massive damage to Max Score. Price for wall bang. But no dice, and that means you're out of there. Overall, a fantastic round here for Dusty Roots. Will not get intimidated by what Iwata were doing earlier, and they will hold down the fort and hold down this lead.
Last round of the first half. And luckily, both teams actually have enough firepower for it. Of course, Dusty Roots, just like you mentioned, they are gonna go into the second half with advantage, and the CT side, is it actually gonna help them out? They're doing wonderful over here, to be fair. And I feel like Max Score is gonna do wonders as well with the AWP once he actually reaches the CT side. Probably just watching A long, or maybe just B, entrance to the tunnels. The stacks of... Oh, missing the shot. That is not good. Definitely not good. They got two of them, but they missed a very important shot. At least the enemy now... Ooh, I was gonna say it does not expect another AWP on long, but the shot has been fired. So now they do know. That Flash actually completely playing with his brain.
Mm-hmm.
But see the T4 is getting kind of ready to go into a B side. Take. The bomb is going lower tunnels right now. And Tommy. Oh boy, Tommy has a huge chance, and he actually takes it. Stacks.
Nice.
Goes down. 50 seconds on the clock, Roy, so they need to do something fast, though.
That kill by Tommy really enabling the team to move a bit more freely. Now they know that they're going to be playing against a single up left, and B continues to be blocked down. 1962 ends up being the sacrifice for his squad, but on the other end, I mean, Nardis was being surrounded on all fronts and blocking down the CT entrance right here towards the side, and with a bit more of a challenge right there. Taylor gonna lose that one Max Score with the absolute confidence to take on the enemy. And well, this is how the cookie crumbles. A substantial, even though not extremely large, lead for the side of Dusty Roots, and especially not in the context of these two teams who have shown us time and time again that they can bounce back. But with extra momentum here, Iwata, oh, they are looking to overcome now what that that idea that has been put in their minds, and that seems to be the fact that they can actually lose this encounter. Dusty Roots definitely gonna be looking a lot more confident now that they have a chance to play on CT. Boy, let's see if they can make wonders happen.
And already starting off with a couple kills going on. So Yawara has a little bit of an upper hand already. The B side also is theirs. Oh, watch out. We have a lurker all the way behind the tunnels. And also now this takes a kill over here. Toto from the window takes him down. Stacks on the other side. Takes down Maxcore, but now that's 2 players against 1. The bomb is gonna get defused. Oh, but Fraguti just getting that beautiful shot with the duelist. And just like that, another round for Dusty Roots. It was looking good for Yawara, but they're not quite able to get it sealed. So these guys are getting no deal. Dusty Roots, already 9 rounds. And this time we don't have the 9-3, so we might not be seeing a comeback, to be honest.
I mean, it would still be a comeback, just perhaps not as impressive in that same fashion from what we've seen previously. Regardless, though, you've got to commend Dusty Roots. They come out of the gate swinging, and they showed their confidence through their aim. Even from the very beginning of this second half. And now this is going to give them a great chance to set themselves up nicely with double digits. Though we did see Yawara. Money should be there, so the Galils are going to come out to play. And matter of fact, Joe is still going to have even more of a fighting chance with that AK. So perhaps they're going to be pivoting the strategy around him. Plenty of veto to be had as well. Maybe blocking that one out. Nardes takes aim and delivers, and towards Maxcore nonetheless. The man that we've seen trying to make those plays, whether it's an AWP or a scout, he tries to make it happen. Toto, I thought for sure he was going to be securing himself that double, but it was not in the cards for him. And so the onslaught continues. Yawara pushes forward. Patience. Oh, no, Fraguti ends up meeting the shot. A man that we are used to seeing be so decisive with the way in which he approaches. And, well, what was boding so well, apparently, for Dusty Roots, now it's all gone south. So I want to know that it was a dangerous way to be spending their money, but it was money well spent. That much is for sure.
Wow, I can't believe that just happened. Everything was looking great for Dusty Roots to actually just make it to the double digits, but Yawara just pretty much comes out on top. Really nicely played. And also now, I mean, look at them. They got 2 enforced, AK-47s, and Revolts just gives to Galil just to make sure he doesn't have to spend any more money than what he should have. Now Dusty Roots are an eco round with no economy at all, completely decimated. They might just go out fast and be quite unable to fight against Yawara. But of course, I mean, this always happens. We talk about it, and then one cheeky kill comes in, then a second one, and just before you know it, you have pretty much the enemy getting ecoed. Ooh, 5-7 is not quite able to get those kills. Stality takes down 9-62. From the box to Warsmith. And nice patience. Okay, it works out. Tommy getting a double as well. Watch out with the nades, though. Oh my god, what is going on? That's exactly what I meant. These guys are getting decimated just by the pistols. Holy moly, I was definitely not expecting that to happen, Roy. That was just...
Low claps.
All of them pretty much just one of them actually died, and that's a lot of weapons for free. Dusty Roots back in the game. They didn't even have to spend $1 single to make sure they could make this happen. Look at that.
Oh my god. And CT as well, which is not something that we are used to seeing. I mean, usually people getting ecoed, it's by the terrorist side. And, well, that was something. Slow claps, all I have to say about how that went. Mad props to the side of Dusty Roots. And also Yawara, I'm not gonna say falling asleep at the wheel, but still, quite a few things had to go wrong for them to actually end up on the losing end of that whole exchange. Now they don't take too kindly to that, and even in spite of how many resources they lost, they say it's all good, bro. It is all good. We're still here to play, and much like they got decimated last time around, now they are the ones dishing out much pain as they can. This will not, of course, deny the double digits that Dusty Roots are already playing with, but at the very least, it gives the Brazilian squad a bit of reassurance that they can still make this happen.
Alright. Call for a tactical pause. They definitely need this to make sure that they will not allow the enemy to get back on their feet. They need to rethink strategies just to know exactly how they're gonna be able to pull this off. They were able to on the previous one, but the problem is that they were not quite able to on the one following next. So they pretty much just are left with no weapons and no money once again. Seems Tommy actually decides to go for the M4 and for the Guti with the MP9. Let's see how it actually develops. Maxcore with the Scout is pretty strong though. He has been landing those shots. So I think it's still pretty doable for Dusty Roots, to be honest. Now, we do have confirmation of the enemy going this way, but oh my god, look at those flashes actually forcing them out to do nothing. But blindly, 1962 gets those shots with the 5-7, landing one kill. Toto and Fraguti also answer with their own, and Fraguti takes a double with the AK-47 picked up from the ground. Just like that, Yawara once again about to get pretty much E-code. Not quite, though. Wow. What an interesting thing to see. Now Stacks all alone, moving forward. Gets flashed, and Toto finishes the job. That bomb is not gonna get planted. They were still waiting for you, my guy. Oh wow, Dusty Roots getting so close now to the 12th point, and the 6th round advantage. It's looking incredibly well for them. Against all odds, I think that we might actually see Dusty Roots come out on top. Oh wee.
Oh boy. Do you remember when I told you that Revolts was the cornerstone of Yawara's efforts? Well, this is exactly why you don't want to rely on only one of your teammates. And it's not like it's been an entirely moot effort for Yawara. However, with who used to be looking like their best player, no questions about it, now going 4-13, perhaps a bit of momentum has been sapped away from them, and that is mental energy that you do not get back. So Yawara still are going to be fighting for it. It all starts one frag at a time. Fraguti deciding to retreat towards, leaning more towards the pit side and expecting the push to come from the doors. Lele, in the meantime, expecting Toto to make it across. And here comes the aggressive Maxcore. This man just exudes precision.
Okay.
And so does Fraguti. However, for as much as we were mentioning how Revolts was slowing down a bit. Oh no, Toto decides to commit. And he catches Revolts on the move, but it was, at the end of the day, a 1v3, and that didn't bode too well for him. Yawara, still the conversion rate working out like a charm for them, in spite of just how close Dusty Roots are looking to seal the deal. But, where have we seen this before? Suspicious.
Well, I'm just gonna say it. On the previous game, definitely. But in that case, for example, it was actually Yawara having the upper hand, right? If I'm not mistaken. and it just turned around the other way. So it is very possible that Dusty Roots may just be a little bit more consistent, and that they can actually get things done. Ooh, look at that aggressive play, MP9, and FAMAS dealing a lot of damage. Grenade is gonna seal the deal. Maxcourse gets that kill. One last player, it's Teledi though, be careful. Some damage was dealt.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Oh no, he actually spot them. He can shoot through the smoke.
Oh yeah. All right, Braguti not about to let that one go to waste, and he's also not gonna let Maxcourse's impression of Neo from the Matrix go wasted, you know? He's not gonna let it go without a punish, which, I mean, Maxcourse trying to hold down the forward, and Teledi, like you said, he could have shot through the smoke, and that took way too many bullets. Time that, of course, Dusty Roots used to try and close in the distance, and in spite of that still being a risky approach, Dusty Roots convert against Yaguara, that was looking kind of diminished at that point. And so with a couple of FAMASes now, Dusty Roots are gonna try to close things out and get victory for themselves. And a 1-0, a clean slate for their start of their Swiss rounds. Oh,
well, here we go. I think this is it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the last one. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna take it, ladies and gents? It's the last player, so it seems like Dusty Roots just get it failed. Maxcourse claims the glory for himself. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The game is finally over, and the best of 3 as well, with none other than Dusty Roots claiming the win on a 2-1 on the scoreboard. What a roller coaster of events on this best of 3 matchup between these two teams.
It was quite a ride. It was quite a ride, for sure. Like going to the amusement park. It was crazy, a crazier ride from beginning to end. But the thing is that it was so close at the beginning, and then it just, I mean, Dusty Roots were looking dominant by the very end, and there was a couple of rounds which were frankly very impressive for them, where they just kind of managed to brute force their way through. Is like, I'm willing this W into existence regardless of what you have to say about it. And so, I mean, mad props to them. I mean, yes, we talked about it, how on the second map it was a bit of a choke as well, but with that same sentence comes the clutch factor from the other side. So again, mad props to the side of Dusty Roots. So the Argentinian Phenoms are going to be coming out victorious from this first bout of action. So it looks like, you know, Through and Dusty Roots have managed to claim some victories for their own. Game Hunter is doing much the same, and Shinden, which I mean, we have seen another Argentinian org doesn't really manage to get their W against Solid, but you know, it's only the beginning, and there is certainly more action yet to come. A couple of these matchups are looking to be very, very interesting, to say the least.
Well, yeah, I mean, there we have it. That's gonna be the end, not only for this match, but also for today. It was very interesting to watch. I can say it that we definitely were watching. Once again, I have to say some things. I mean, I think the ones that happened, for example, the Molly, I do have to bring that one back. The Molly that happened on Nuke, actually blocking his teammate from getting that bomb plant or moving forward. I mean, we did watch a lot of things happen, mistakes from here, from there, from both teams as well, but also incredible plays, incredible shots, like probably the collateral that we actually saw in Inferno, shots coming in from Maxcourse as well with the scout on this map, on Dust 2. So it was a little bit of a balanced match between mistakes and happy things to see. There's still a lot of room for improvement, definitely. But of course, one thing that I always love about this is that these teams I mean, not only they are always changing the rosters, they definitely need to get better communicating with each other. They do need to get a lot more experience playing the game, but also they need to learn from their mistakes. And every single bit of experience that they can get, even if it's from mistakes, even if it's from a lost game, it's always gonna be just a little bit better on the next one. I can assure you that. It's still pretty early on the tournament, Roy. So we still have a lot of Counter-Strike to be played and to be seen in the future. But when the time comes, of course, that is gonna be another day, because today we are pretty much all over.
Oh yeah, that is it for us today. So we'll be seeing you in the next one, and I hope that you had fun, and of course that you come back to catch more of the action that we have here at the Champion of Champions Tour.